Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome here to the City Hall in Maroochy for this month's ordinary meeting. I'd like to welcome all of my councillor colleagues, welcome our staff, and welcome all those that are in the gallery. Thank you, and all those joining us on Facebook or live stream. We'll commence the meeting. If I can ask everybody to be upstanding, and I'll call on Councillor Landsberg to make an acknowledgement to the Traditional Custodians. Thank you, Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. On behalf of Council, I would like to start by acknowledging the Traditional Custodians of the Sunshine Coast local government area. We recognise that these have always been places of cultural, spiritual, social and economic significance. The Traditional Custodians' unique values and ancient and enduring cultures deepen and enrich the life of our community. We commit to working in partnership with the Traditional Custodians and the broader First Nations, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community to support self-determination through economic and community development. Truth-telling is a significant part of our journey. We are committed to better understanding the collective history of the Sunshine Coast and the experiences of the First Nations people. Legacy issues resulting from colonisation are still experienced by our Traditional Custodians and First Nations people. We recognise our shared history and will continue to work in partnership to provide a foundation for building a shared future with the Cubby Cubby people and Jinnabara people. We wish to pay respect to their elders, past, present and emerging, and acknowledge the important role First Nations people continue to play within our Sunshine Coast community. Together, we are all stronger.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Please remain upstanding as I invite Reverend Clint Lombard from the Grace Christian Church in Buderim to read a prayer. Welcome, Clint.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good morning, everybody. Would you join me as we commit this meeting and its members to God together? The Bible says, "Say among the nations, the Lord reigns. Yes, the world is established, it shall never be moved. He will judge the peoples with equity. Creator and Father of all, you're indeed the God who reigns and rules over all you have made. Thank you for the wonder and richness of your creation, which we enjoy, especially in our home here on the Sunshine Coast, in our beaches and seas and forests, mountains, skies, creeks, bushland and plains, and all that lives in them. Of course, we see your creative hand, especially in one another, as those made in your image. For all this and more, we give you thanks and praise. Almighty God, ruler of the nations of the earth, you have commanded in your word that supplications, prayers, intercessions and thanksgivings be made for all people, for kings and all who are in high positions, that we may lead a peaceful and quiet life, godly and dignified in every way, because this is pleasing to you. We give you thanks this morning for those you have appointed to serve our region, for the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, all councillors, the staff of our council. Please bless and keep all who serve in public life. Please give wisdom and skill, imagination and energy to those gathered here today, and to all who hold office in this land. Grant that their decisions may be based on wise counsel, so that peace and welfare, truth and justice may prevail among us, and make the Sunshine Coast a blessing to all. Help them find positive and innovative solutions to the challenges faced in our region, both economic and social. Please protect them from corruption and the temptation to serve themselves. And help us all to commit ourselves to the common good, that our region may be a secure and flourishing home for all its peoples. Through Jesus Christ, the Prince of Peace. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend Clint. Please be seated. Councillors, the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 25th of January have been distributed. Can I have someone move? Councillor Dixon, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Natoli. All those in favour of receipt? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I just check you? Thanks, Winston. I just wanted to advise that Councillor Cox will be arriving late. He's going to try and join us as soon as he can via Teams. And Councillor Johnston is also joining us today by Teams. There is no mayoral minute. Agenda item 6, councillors, I remind you of the requirements of Chapter 5B of the Local Government Act 2009 which sets out how councillors' conflicts of interest should be managed, and these requirements will apply to how we deal with such matters at today's meeting. If you have a prescribed conflict of interest or a declarable conflict of interest, please raise that before the item is dealt with. There are no procedural motions, there are no presentations or councillor reports, so we'll go straight to the first report, item 8.1, is the Sunshine Coast Council Corporate Plan, and I invite Luke Flanagan to give a presentation. Thank you, Luke.
Thank you and good morning, Mr Mayor and councillors. Today I present to you for your consideration the Corporate Plan 2023 to 2027. The Corporate Plan is an important component of Council's integrated planning and performance framework. It connects our long, medium and short-term planning to provide strong alignment between our strategic directions and the allocations of our resources towards delivery. All local governments across Queensland are required to have a 5-year corporate plan and discharge their responsibilities in a way that is consistent with that 5-year plan. This makes the corporate plan the primary strategic document required by legislation. Our region is continuing to experience growth at rates much faster than many other regions across Australia. A balanced and integrated approach to planning is critical to effectively manage our resources, our natural and economic assets, to maintain our thriving communities and achieve our vision and goals. To remain responsive to growth and other changes in our operating environment, Council's corporate plan is reviewed annually so that it remains consistent with Council's directions and provides an effective blueprint to advance our vision as Australia's most sustainable region. Once adopted, the corporate plan becomes a business planning document which will guide the operations of Council for the next 5 years and inform the development of both the operational plan and budget, commencing with the 2023-24 financial year. The review undertaken of the corporate plan has not resulted in a huge need for change. In fact, the review found that the majority of the document continued to provide clear direction for the next 5 years. Our vision continues to represent balance in our aspirations for the future. Our purpose to serve the community with excellence, respect our past and position the region for the future remains reflective of our role in considering our past, present and future communities. Our values have been updated following internal engagement, and they assist to define a culture that shapes the behaviours of our employees and how we interact with each other, our partners and across our community to progress our goals and strategic directions. Our 5 corporate plan goals have been maintained. They continue to provide balance and recognise those key outcomes that are critical across our region and for our organisation as we progress our vision. Although there has been limited need for change, there is some significant milestones which have been reflected within this document. If I start about in the front end of the document, our region's evolution has been updated to reflect the important announcement in 2022 that the Sunshine Coast has been recognised as a UNESCO biosphere, with the aim that the region will be internationally renowned as a place where people live, learn, work and play sustainably. Our vision has been maintained and has evolved to include a narrative in the front end that outlines some of those key livability attributes and describe what living on the Sunshine Coast will be like in 2041. This talks to our healthy, smart, creative future and provides an integrated view of the detail that sits within our regional strategies. As we work our way through the 5 corporate plan goals, the most significant themes that have been reflected in the corporate plan are the following. Under our strong community, there is an emphasis on the importance of transport as our region grows, particularly Council's role in progressing active transport options, encouraging modal shift and advocating for the needs of our community to other levels of government. There are priorities that start to look at the leveraging opportunities from the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games, particularly in relation to legacy planning and advocating for sport and community infrastructure investment. Under our environment and livability goal, the waste resource management service output has been realigned to environment and livability, and this reflects Council's modern approach to managing waste and the contribution this makes to several of our environmental objectives. There is a continued focus on the important role that the Sunshine Coast Planning Scheme has in maintaining and enhancing our region's livability and guiding that growth that we're experiencing. There is also recognition of the important role that education programs play and behavioural change programs as we look to support our community to contribute to a livable, sustainable and resilient future. As part of our resilient economy, there is a priority that incorporates, again, the opportunities from the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games, but particularly around attracting and securing major events to the region. There is also an enhanced focus on supporting our local businesses to increase their capacity to expand and adapt to new opportunities, including a focus on local buy and export opportunities. Our service excellence goal provides pathways that focus on providing positive customer experiences, as well as leveraging technology to optimise delivery models and deliver value to our community efficiently and effectively. As part of our outstanding organisation goal, there is an enhanced focus on sustainability in everything we do. Ensuring climate change adaptation is embedded into our everyday business as we work towards being a zero net emissions organisation, and ensuring our council's governance framework remains contemporary and supports evidence-based decision making that is responsive to the changing needs of our community. Showing regional leadership by embedding the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals has also been embedded in our document as we align our strategies, our plans and our progress reports, and this includes the Corporate Plan 2023-27. This year we've also provided a text format of the Corporate Plan, and this has been developed to enhance accessibility for those in our community using screen readers. This has been made available as part of the agenda papers today and will also be loaded on Council's website. These updates ensure that the Corporate Plan 2023-2027 remains reflective of Council's directions, our operating environment, meets all of our statutory requirements and sets a clear blueprint to advance our vision over the next 5 years. With that in mind, councillors, Mr Mayor, I'd like to present to you the Corporate Plan 23-27 with the recommendations above.
Thank you, Luke. Someone to move? Councillor Hungerford. Seconder, please. Councillor Suarez. Would you like to open, Councillor Hungerford?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Each year, Council undertakes a review of our corporate plan. This is to make sure it's responsive and reflective of where we are at this point in time in achieving our objectives and all the strategic priorities that go with that. The main points that stick out for me in this, and the main changes, as Luke said, the body of it's there, there's just a few changes needed to tweak to these times. Importantly, showing our commitment to the biosphere and the opportunities this presents our region. The development of Council strategies, goals and plans, including the Corporate Plan 2023 to 2027. Ensuring climate change adaptation is embedded to everyday business in our endeavour to work towards being a zero emissions organisation. Realigning the waste and resource management service output to our environment and livability goal. This is to reflect Council's modern approach to managing waste and the contribution this makes to several of our environmental objectives. And increasing the capacity of our local businesses to expand and adapt to new opportunities, including a focus on local buy and export opportunities. Put it to you, Mr Mayor, this has been thoroughly looked at. We're pursuing these in the interests of our community and the Sunshine Coast region as a whole. I put it to you, this is a very sound document. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Let me just join with Councillor Hungerford in recognising the great work that's being done here. The Corporate Plan 23-27 outlines the priorities for our council over the next 5 years, and we continue on a path to being Australia's most sustainable region, healthy, smart and creative. This vision represents balance and reflects the values and priorities of our community. The Corporate Plan will see Council continue our commitment to building a strong community, maintaining and enhancing our livability and environmental assets, and building on the strength of our economy whilst continuing to evolve our approach to deliver service excellence via our diverse community of communities. We have a proud history of positioning ourselves for the future, adapting to change, responding to challenges, and most importantly, capitalising on opportunities. There's no doubt there have been some challenges over the past few years. However, our region has achieved some remarkable outcomes, remarkable milestones that will deliver significant benefits for our community now and leave a legacy for those that will call the Sunshine Coast home long into the future. This includes the announcement that the Sunshine Coast will be a delivery partner for the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games. This will put our region on the world stage and provides a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to realise the necessary investment in critical region-shaping infrastructure and accelerate innovation in our regional tourism, sport and leisure, agribusiness and digital industries that will benefit from both current and future generations. It's never been more critical for our region to secure support from all levels of government, particularly for essential public transport and social infrastructure solutions. As foreshadowed in the corporate plan, Council will continue to advocate strongly to state and federal governments to commit investment in the delivery of a rail solution from Biwa to Maroochydore, effectively linking our city centre with the city centre of Brisbane. Equally, and I might say there'll be as many people coming from Brisbane to here as there will be going from here to Brisbane. Equally, we are placing a priority on advancing the completion of the Sunshine Coast Mass Transit detailed business case in partnership with the community and other tiers of government. Council continues to maintain a focus on the sustainability of our region and the organisation, evidenced through our stewardship of the region's outstanding natural assets, which are a core facet of livability here in our great Sunshine Coast. The recognition by of the Sunshine Coast as a UNESCO Biosphere Reserve is another important major milestone for our region and illustrates an ongoing commitment to advancing that vision. Every resident, visitor, business and government entity has a key role to play in maintaining and enhancing the Sunshine Coast Biosphere for our children, grandchildren and all those who will enjoy the prosperity, beauty and livability of our region in the future. The development of the Maroochy City Centre continues to emerge as a major economic and employment centre for the Sunshine Coast. This will also be home to our Athletes Village in 2032, as well as providing the most efficient digital connectivity internationally from the eastern seaboard of Asia which will help to attract important investment to our region and continue to encourage growth in high-value jobs for our residents. Local businesses have always been a core part of our economy, and Council is continuing to work across the region to increase capacity of our business to expand and adapt to new opportunities. The Corporate Plan 2023, as outlined by Luke, supports us with priorities that focus on encouraging consumers to buy local, as well as delivering export capability and opportunities. Our partnerships with communities, business, industry, right across the region will continue to be an inestimable value. Without them, the goals we set for ourselves would not be attainable. As a council, we've always had a clear vision, and that vision remains unchanged. Our corporate plan helps to translate the vision into action, and we continue to focus on sustainability in everything we do. After all, that's what a healthy, smart and creative local government would do. Thank you. Councillor Law? Sorry, Councillor Landsberg, my apologies. Sorry, Dave.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and well said with that comments on the corporate plan. I just want to touch on, in September last year, we were presented with a presentation from CSIRO, and it was about the 7 mega trends that we'll be facing in the future. And they really obviously help guide our corporate plan for the next 5 years. Just a couple of those I'd like to speak to and then ask a question at the end, which would probably be directed to our CEO. Obviously, leaner, greener and cleaner, obviously, which follows our council's sustainability initiatives, which is a wonderful direction that we're heading. Escalating the health imperative, which obviously is around increasing our social connections and to promote more physical well-being within our community. Our digital economy, which obviously we look around here and which is our city centre is based on with our new fibre optic cable. But the uplift in terms of digital workers we'll need by 2025 and CSIRO, we're looking at 6.5 million workers within our Australia to actually take on more of that digital education and understand the economy. And as well, the biggest increase we saw was the digital health, which during that time of between March 2020 and April 2021, there was 56 million consultations with telehealth, which shows that people are really engaging and obviously embracing the digital economy, which is great to see. But just one thing, and to Emma, is about unlocking the human dimension. And I just wanted to ask, what is our council doing about in relation to improving our percentages for employment with the all abilities and disabled sector?
Thank you, Councillor. CEO.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Thanks for the question, Councillor. It's one that has been, I've personally been very passionate about with Council in exploring the different dimensions of work that we have available to us within Council. One of the key activities we did at the beginning of last year, was to create our diversity and inclusion group within Council. I personally chair that group, and it is a group of people of varying backgrounds and abilities throughout Council. On that, we have representation from people who are passionate about working with disability, people who represent LGBTI community, people who are representative of our First Nations community, and a number of others. It has a very broad representation. The reason behind all of that is to set up our vision for how we are accessible to everyone within Council and provide jobs and opportunities to everyone who is there. And so that team has been working very closely together. We're about to put out a vision for Council, for our internal Council workers, about what diversity and inclusion means for us and how we open doors and how everybody here can feel included when they come to work here. So that's at the forefront of all of that activity. In addition to that, I know our people and culture team have been working very strongly across when we revise position descriptions and the like, to really consider how we make them more open to people, so we're not, by the very words that we use in our position descriptions, closing off opportunities to people as we go along. We know that particularly people with disability are not always very visible within our organisation, because a number of the population actually would say that they would recognise that they have a disability, but don't always put something down or tell us that. And so what we've seen in our survey work is that the number of people who recognise in a survey that they have a disability is much higher than the percentage that we actually have recorded within Council as well. So opening up this conversation and making sure that people are aware, that people are presenting position descriptions so that everyone can feel like they can give it a go. In fact, in part of our union certified agreement conversations that are being led by Scott and Heidi at the moment, two of our group executives, one of the things that we're actively talking about is how can we redesign jobs within Council so that it can be more accessible to people with disability. So these conversations are ongoing. We are trying to make a much more inclusive workplace, and we hope that in doing so we see proportions of people representing many different abilities and diversity across our region can apply for jobs here and be represented at Council.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm aware of the work that's been going on behind the scenes, Emma, and I just want to congratulate you on that. And obviously have the opportunity to speak to, because the public need to know more about what we're actually doing behind the scenes. So, yeah, look, great corporate plan. Looking forward to supporting it. And, yeah, for the next 5 years, roll on. Thank you. Thanks, Luke.
Thank you, Councillor Luke. Councillor Slaters.
Thank you, through the chair. That's a great question, Councillor Landsberg, and it leads me to my first point, which was to actually congratulate Luke and the team for taking that extra step to make the report more accessible for people who have had difficulty in the past with reading our documents online. Mr Mayor, I have a question that has been requested by the community for me to put forward here today, but it requires a bit of a preamble till I get to the question, if you will indulge me. So this question is relating to the strong focus that we have on active transport. In Division 9, I have very proactive communities who are very interested in active transport. So Peregian communities are calling for active transport links to link up their communities of Peregian Springs, Peregian Breeze and over to the beach side. The communities at Coolum Beach are looking for a holistic plan of active transport, to have connectivity within their urban environment, to have east-west connections and to have connections from the western side through to Peregian Springs as well. It also connects the industrial estate. And the communities in Bly are also calling for safer pedestrian paths within their urban environment, and they're also looking for that east-west connection through to Majimba Beach, which is where they recreate on the coast. So this is not an easy task, understanding that there's multiple stakeholders, there's state roads as well as local council and as well as other entities such as Unity Water. And I want to thank you for the response specifically to the Coolum Residents Association request, however, that I put in for additional information. One criticism from the community previously has been there's been a lot of talk about active transport, but not a lot of action that they see on the ground. And I understand that it's a really long process, and I think that the officer's response highlighted what that process was, and you touched on it in your presentation, Luke, that the adoption of this corporate plan then will direct the prioritisation of resources and services and programs and projects through the operational plan and the budget processes. And that's how things get done in council. And that the operational plan for 23-24 will include a review and development of the next active transport plan. So the question is, considering I have very active communities within Division 9 who are interested in active transport, yet they are not members of the Sunshine Coast Council Active Transport Advisory Committee, how can these community members get involved with the preparation of the active transport plan? And I'm not sure if that's going to be to Luke or to another officer.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I believe I might refer to Deborah Robinson, who is the Group Executive in leading the Active Transport Plan, to respond to that.
Thank you, Luke. Thank you, Mr Mayor. And through you, Mr Mayor, thank you, Councillor Suarez, for the question. Look, just a bit of background probably. Council adopted the Sunshine Coast Active Transport Plan at a meeting in February, the 2nd of February 2011. And since then, there's been a advisory committee set up to actually oversee that adoption of that plan and to work with council in terms of that plan. What we are looking at, however, are a number of working groups that focus on line-of-sight initiatives that are contained in that plan, which that's really for the near term of the next 3 years to have a look at where some of those missing links are in terms of our active transport network. It's along that theme that we will be looking at working with and engaging with both of your communities in the Coolum Residents Association, but also in the Bly Association as well, to work closely with them in terms of a working group established to look at those missing links in terms of the active transport connections for our northern region of the council. So thank you.
Thank you for that response. I'm sure they'll be pleased to hear that. And also a shout out to Julie, I'm not sure, she's not in the room at the moment, who also suggested that Council's response to DTMR's transport plan for the Sunshine Motorway upgrade will include feedback that has been received from the community. Just a question to meeting management. Is Councillor Cox online yet? I may reserve the right to speak once he's online if he's back before the item, so we're not repeating ourselves.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Ward.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Luke, for the plan, the document, and one that has taken a great deal of work to get to this point ready for us today. I'm speaking in support of adopting this today. It reflects a lot of the work that has happened over the past couple of years. And firstly, I'd want to congratulate the CEO and her executive team on the work that's happened over the last 18 months in regard to the organisational values that have been developed, not by an executive group, but by the whole team, across all teams working within council, who are there to work with their customers for the benefit of our community. And in my view, if you can demonstrate really good values and have really good values within your organisation, then you're bound to be providing those outward to your customers and your community in which your organisation operates. And I think a set of values that encompass the descriptive words, and there are 5 of them, of care, respect, trust, curious and connected, give our organisation but give our whole community a really clear sight of what we are trying to do to ensure that this is a wonderful place to live and work and to raise families and to enjoy a whole of life experience. And that is for me, that is one of the greatest parts of this plan as we go forward, to set the direction of how we will do everything else that is in the plan. I also want to recognise the work that was done in 2021 by, I'll probably argue by all of us, in relation to really understanding and recognising that we are in a serious climate emergency at the moment. And to see that now reflected back and embedded in this strategy, that we will work towards zero net emissions in everything that we do, is recognition and testament to what was achieved in 2021. And to hear my colleagues actually talking in that way while we're talking about this plan is extremely satisfying. However, there is still an awful lot of work to do if we are going to have an opportunity to achieve our targets as an organisation, but to demonstrate to the rest of our community what they can do to achieve the same thing. And as a whole of community, and zero net emissions is a whole of community response, we will be able to do very well together. And I keep saying the word community because the community for me is the most important part of the Sunshine Coast. It's the people, not only the people of the organisation, but the people of the whole Sunshine Coast region. And again, the strategy tells us that the things that we are going to work really hard on delivering our community strategy, with the support of the Community Strategy Leadership Group, the Multicultural Action Group and the Youth Council, of those people do their best to represent all elements of our diverse community. And the plan talks to us of how we want to be inclusive. We will welcome everybody and exclude no one. And we will work very hard to make sure that they are able to travel around and connect to their work, connect to their families, and connect to their leisure activities that they want to do. And that also just speaks to Councillor Maria and the comments about our active transport. Absolutely. Active transport is part of the future. Active transport is part of helping us all achieve our zero net emissions. I just want to highlight that it doesn't stop at Bly. The east-west connection just keeps going. It keeps going to Nambour, to Mapleton, and over the range to Kenilworth. We've got those connections, but we've got to do work with the drivers of vehicles who seem to have so little respect for people who are not in another vehicle. There's a lot of work to be done there in our Think Behaviour Change planning, and I support the council to keep doing that. So we've got to get the whole of the Sunshine Coast connected by active transport. And our biosphere, our sustainability development goals will help us achieve that. And I'm looking forward to more work with our sustainable development goals so that we can deliver on the biosphere and everything that is encapsulated by that. So I will be supporting this and I encourage others to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ward. Councillor McLeod.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Before I start to speak, I'd like to ask Madam CEO a question in regards to the mass transit. It's been brought up and it's obviously in the corporate plan. The expectation was that the detailed business case was going to be completed by the end of last year. So could you give us an update and reasons why this has not happened?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, as you're aware, at the end of the last council resolution where we decided to pass the options analysis across to DTMR, that process was commenced immediately. And so now Department of Transport and Main Roads are fully responsible for that process. So council is not responsible now for the timelines that is going on there. We remain actively involved with Department of Transport and Main Roads to provide our support where they require it. They are in the process of establishing working groups and meeting groups and progressing on that, but their first step was to hire consultants in to help them with the establishment and the creation of the detailed business case, and they are well on their way for that journey at the moment.
Has the MOU been signed? Has the MOU between Council and DTMR been signed yet?
Through you, Mr Mayor, no, it hasn't.
Mr Mayor, when I read the corporate plan, as we all know, the corporate plan is our key leading document. It drives everything that we do in this council in terms of it flows down to the operational plan. The operational plan is then funded through our budget. And when I read this corporate plan, and over the years that I've been elected since 2020, I've seen a gradual move towards, I suppose, incorporating both our future urban developments in terms of the infill developments onto the coast, but linked with a mass transit or integrated transport strategy. And when I started to read this, I started to think this corporate plan brings all of those planets to line up. You know, we are now embedding the United Nations Sustainability Goals. We are pretty much committed to delivering the outcomes of our strategy here in delivering increased densities and urbanisation through infill in the urban corridor between Maroochy and Caloundra. It's in the document. And yet, since 2017, when the regional plan said 62% of infill development is going to be the makeup of the future population of 200,000, 124,000 people are going to be infill. We've never gone out to the community and actually asked them to endorse the strategy. It's not the state government's decision of where we put those infill, commitment that we've taken on through the regional plan, but it's not the state government's decision on where we put them. It's ours, through our planning scheme, through our processes that we go. And yet, we've never actually consulted and asked the people, do you agree with this? Never. A challenge, show me a document that actually says this is what our strategy. And since it has become aware to me that we are going to intensify this corridor, I have been asking how many people we're going to have live in this corridor. And I've had documents that have been provided, answers to questions, and I'll read this one response that we had that said, and it said, how would another 25,500 dwellings fit into the Sunshine Coast urban corridor? The provisions of the existing Sunshine Coast planning scheme allows for a large proportion of the projected 25,500 dwellings to be accommodated. About 14,500 dwellings are able to be accommodated in the existing centres of Maroochydore, Mooloolaba, Kawana and Caloundra. Since 2016, about 6,000 dwellings have already been built on the Sunshine Coast urban corridor. This leaves around an additional 5,000 dwellings that need to be built in the corridor by 2041 that are not yet provided in the current planning provisions. How these dwellings are best accommodated in the Sunshine Coast urban corridor will be part of the community engagement. In the response that I asked the other day, I received this response that it said, which indicates the total estimated population of the corridor is approximately 133,200 people by 2041, compared with a 2021 projected population of approximately 89,600 people. It is anticipated the new planning scheme will provide a further moderate increase in the 2041 population compared to these projections. Well, that makes it a 43,600 increase based on those numbers alone. And if you have 5,000 dwellings, that equates to 8.72 people per dwelling, which we know that that is not the case. We know that it's just over 2. And yet, I have been asking for a number, and I received this publication, 24th of June last year. Infrastructure Australia, who now tripartite agreement to fund the mass transit, 5 million. No, the federal government? Federal government. Yeah. The Sunshine Coast population is forecast to grow.
Councillor, before you go any further, can I just allow the CEO to clarify, and then I'm going to get someone to move an extension for you.
Yeah, I'll just clarify, Infrastructure Australia is not a funding body, Councillor. So Infrastructure Australia is the overarching body that looks at infrastructure investment across the country. So the funding for infrastructure comes out of the Department of Infrastructure. It has a long acronym, but Department of Infrastructure in the federal government, not Infrastructure Australia.
Through their recommendations?
Well, so the recommendations for the prioritisation of infrastructure come out of Infrastructure Australia, but they are not funding recommendations.
Councillor, I'm going to ask someone to move to give you an extension. Someone prepared to move? Councillor Bab.
Plan.
Everything to do with the corporate plan. Councillor?
Well, Councillor Babarowski has moved. Someone to second. Councillor Law, all those in favour? All bar Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Johnston, can I have your vote, please? Thank you. Carry on, Councillor.
So all of a sudden we've gone from 5,000 dwellings to accommodating 43,600 people. And then this document, dated the 24th of June 2022, says the problem. Sunshine Coast population is forecast to grow at 2% per year between 2020 and 2041, an increase of approximately 190,000 people. Now, we know that from 2017, it was 200,000 estimated. Almost half of the additional population is anticipated to live in the coastal corridor between Maroochy, Caloundra and adjoining Caloundra South. Now, when you consider the numbers, that equates to a lot more than the 43,600. And this is an organisation that's obviously got this information from council. It couldn't have got it from anywhere else. My concern is that we are locking ourselves into a strategy that I read here that basically said that the new planning scheme is intended to realise it's enabling the strategy through enhanced zoning, allocations and supported planning scheme measures. We haven't even gone out to the public yet through the statutory process. We haven't even asked people whether they actually support what council is wanting to do. Yet we lock pretty much this in. My fear is that we will ignore what the community will say. And I suspect that because the last part here says the drafting of the new planning scheme is taking account of the feedback provided to council as part of the preliminary consultation phase conducted in early 2022. And I know the massive amount of feedback that we got from Division 4 that did not support this strategy, didn't support it at all. Yet I've had confidential briefings that accelerate far more than 5,000 dwellings in my division alone. So I have real concerns about basically locking into a strategy where the communities will more than likely not even have a say. They won't have a say because I believe that this council is locked into wanting to get this population density locked into this corporate plan to signal to the detailed business plan, case that we need the density. They can't deliver light rail or rapid bus without densities. And just like the options analysis, depending on how many people are in that corridor, will probably mean what type of public transport may be the case. But if we lock in the planning scheme, and we lock all of this in now in the corporate plan, and this is what we've done, if the community come back in the second round, I've said this before, what's our plan B if they don't support it? Or do we just railroad it through and basically deliver what we want? This is what this corporate plan's saying. We are going to deliver this. irrespective of what the planning scheme says. We are going to deliver this. This is what this corporate plan finally brings all these planets all line up, and the community will not have a say in it, because I don't believe the numbers that I've been given over the period of time just don't make sense. And when I asked that question the other day about how much extra have we put into Wyland Street and Brisbane Road, and the response came back about future-proofing, no one's endorsed any future-proofing, any infrastructure. And when I've told that it's 1% of 50 million, 500,000, and this is what I'm told, but you know, a project manager has a real good understanding, tells me 2 million, where's the truth? You know, this is about trust. This is about us as a community being able to have transparency and about honesty about the way that we deliver this information. If I can't get an honest answer, how many people are going to live in this corridor? It seems to me that a majority of the people, 124,000, are going to have to live in that corridor, and we're going to have to accommodate them. And we will need a mass transit argument that allows for the highest and best type of public transport. But then the kicker is we commit to the planning scheme, and the government, as we know, has not committed to public transport infrastructure increases over the last 20 years. They've let our community down. They've let us so down. The congestion on the motorways, state roads, every peak hour is getting worse. And there's no solutions to fix that problem now, and yet we're going to increase the population along there, possibly up to 90,000 more people based on the Infrastructure Australia document. Mr. Mayor, I can't support this.
Thank you, Councillor Natali. And thank you for raising the fact that the federal government, it was the previous federal government, in fact, allocated $5 million to the mass transit, and that notwithstanding the very limited support from their 2 local members about how people will move around the Sunshine Coast in the future. I'm now going to go to Councillor Law for a question.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question of clarification. Did you say, Councillor Joe, that there has been no consultation on this?
On the actual decision to move most of the infill in between Maroochy and Caloundra has never been... Show me the document. Show me where we've gone out to the public and said, do you support this?
Okay.
I'm not aware of any document that actually
that's fine, thank
asks
you.
the community, and we consulted with the community about that strategy.
Okay. I'm not sure who this question is for, through you, Mr. Mayor. When a planning scheme is put forward to the state government for adoption and approval, does that and must that include community consultation?
Good. Thank you. Deborah?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it does. And might I add that in February and March 2022, we actually did consult with the community. It was preliminary consultation. It was a consultation that is not a statutory consultation. And we consulted with our community. And if we can just read some figures, if that's okay. During that consultation, we had 66,694 website visits. We had 6,162 online engagement contributors, 75,000 social media engagements on our planning scheme. And my understanding is that we just had over 8,000 submissions on our planning scheme in terms of survey results and individual submissions on our planning scheme. That is a non-statutory process. In the making of a planning scheme, we must go back out to the community as part of the statutory plan making process as well. So there are 2 sets of processes that this council will actually go through, one of them non-statutory and one of them statutory process. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Dixon?
Sorry, I had a follow-up.
Oh, sorry, another question. Sorry.
Thank you, and thank you for that clarification. And again, through you, this may also be for Deborah Robinson. In the 2014 planning scheme, which will have presumably gone through a consultation process, perhaps not as good as the one that we're currently undertaking, but in the 2014 planning scheme, there was a settlement pattern adopted by the state government, and that would have presumably been tested through a community consultation period. And the establishment of the Sunshine Coast Enterprise Corridor talks about it being the Sunshine Coast Activity Centre network, and that it is developed between Maroochy, Kawana, and the other major developments of Palmview, Caloundra, and the southern greenfield sites. So is it reasonable with the experts that we've got in the room to say that there was consultation, that it established the Enterprise Corridor in 2014?
Thank you, Deborah.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Urban consolidation was part of the 2014 planning scheme. There was extensive public engagement on that planning scheme of over 3,500 submissions or thereabouts. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further
Thank you,
questions.
Councillor Law. I'm going to go to Councillor Dixon.
Yeah, good morning and thank you. Just because the box has been opened on this development discussion, I'd like to add a few comments if I can. Yes, population growth and the impacts on development is certainly something that's topical, I'm sure, for every councillor in this room. It's something we hear about and I've heard about for the last 16 years. It never changes because there's one thing that doesn't change, and it is the enormous amount of infrastructure or lack of infrastructure delivery that we are seeing in this region. Now, we've talked about this many times. The Sunshine Motorway, completely broken. The need for rail upgrades to Nambour, overdue, promises broken. The need for heavy rail to Maroochy, a mass transit solution, whether that's light rail or buses, whatever that is, those things are needed now, regardless of what development or population projections we have for this region. That infrastructure is needed today, in fact, needed yesterday. Those projects were needed anyway. So don't let any discussion around, well, what's to come influence that, because those assets are needed, those infrastructure items are needed today. This is not all about infill development. If we actually look around the region, Caloundra South, over 50,000 people. Yeah, that's not what I call infill development. That is not infill on our urban centre, on the Enterprise Corridor. Palmview, where I live, over 17,500 people will call that a state home. And there's actually some opportunity, if we go up a few stories, to include some more dwelling opportunities for people in that area, taking the pressure off the urban corridor. We've also got Beerwah East as well, and I've just checked the figure, over 27,500 dwellings. That's dwellings, so times that by at least 2 for your population. An enormous centre that is not planned for the Enterprise Corridor. So don't for a second think that this council is not thinking about greenfield and other developments in this region, because it's imperative. We need to do that. But let's not forget about the elephant in the room. Too often is council targeted for population growth. And I've checked on this, and I've checked again, and I've checked again. The state government drives this. They are the ones that are telling us you will have your population growth in this corridor. This is where you'll have your development population growth in this corridor. They tell us that. And Joe, respectfully, I recently backed you and your community at Bedina Urban Village to rescale and backscale the development approvals in the area and actually go backwards and take some density out. And it was the state government that said, no, you will dare not do that. You will keep those dwelling targets in the planning scheme and you will not be putting forward those community views. So let's be very clear here. When we are sticking up for our community, the state government are still coming in and saying, I'm sorry, this is the deal you're stuck with and you need to accept it. So just let's be very careful where those fingers are pointed, because they need to be pointed factually at the correct people. Don't for a second think that I don't agree with what some of Joe is saying. I get it. I get the traffic pressures. I get the development pressures. But we are extremely popular. People are going to be moving to the Sunshine Coast, just like it has changed so much since I moved from Brisbane when I was about 4 years old, living in Montville. I've seen a lot of change here. I've seen it. I lived through it all. We're a great place, and great places derive and generate more people. And who are we to say that people can't live on the Sunshine Coast? It is our responsibility to make sure we do it well, because we have done some great things, and yes, we've made some mistakes, but we need to unify and we need to do a better job. Mr. Mayor, I need to touch on this last point quickly. If residents in this region have a problem with population growth and infrastructure or lack of delivery, please start picking up your phone and calling your state member. Hold them to account and ask them, why the Sunshine Motorway's not been fixed, why we haven't got the rail upgrades to Nambour, why we haven't got heavy rail to Maroochy. Start to ask them the hard questions, because I'm sick and tired of this council being blamed for all the failures on the Sunshine Coast, because it's not true.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Babarossi.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I think this is a very important debate. I'm not entirely sure that it's the best mechanism through the corporate plan, because I think the corporate plan paints very broad brushes. But I do respect the fact that you raise what is probably the most important question for this community going forward, to maintain ourselves as a community of communities, to be able to move around this region successfully. I would like to insert a note of optimism. As the transport portfolio for many years now, obviously I hope that I've been part of this council's very big commitment to integrated transport planning. Not just mass transit, integrated transport planning. And we have, I think, led, because we needed to, on this issue. And it's worth reminding ourselves that there are two major feasibility studies, if I'll call them that. One is the North Coast Direct, which is the current state government's feasibility for heavy rail through to Maroochy or somewhere along that corridor. The other one is the mass transit study, as you heard from our CEO. Those two studies are being concurrently run by the state. I cannot emphasise enough how important that is for this community to listen carefully to the results that I would expect would be announced in 2023. I'm optimistic that I think they, for the first time in a long time, recognise that our region not only has a very important growth trajectory, but it also has a lot of new momentums, as in the 2032 Olympics. And I think those are going to help us. That'll help the politics. So I'm optimistic that I think this region, for the first time, will have an optic on the infrastructure for transport, how we move around, in 2023. And that's a very good position for us to be in, to inform our planning scheme decisions and the community consultation that will go along with that. So I'm optimistic that we're in a better place now than we've been for a decade.
Thank you, Councillor Babarossi. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. I'm just going to speak to the environment and livability section of the report, which includes the planning scheme, so I hope I don't open another can of worms. Yes, thank you for the work that you've done, Luke. I know there's a lot of behind-the-scenes work that gets done in putting this together, involvement from the councillors, whether we like it or not. So with environment and livability, I just wanted to touch on some priorities that have progressed and made some changes to this year's plan. So the first thing was the biosphere. So previously we were, in conjunction with the community, we were planning for the biosphere, and to this year, to this corporate plan, we are now going to work collectively with our community to implement activities for the biosphere. The second thing that's slightly changed is previous year was we had expansion of the garden organics program. To this year, we are now going to investigate opportunities for the FOGO, Food Organics Garden Organics System. And FOGO is the one thing that this council can do that will make a significant impact to reducing waste to landfill and also to reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. Touching on priorities that are continuing, reviewing the waste strategy, that was in our plan last year, and it's been really heartening to see the increased level of engagement from our state and federal governments and to tackle issues related to waste management, and that's going to help our strategy be formulated. I want to give a shout out to the new officer within Council's Waste Branch, Mark Hindmarsh. I know Mark met with myself and a number of other councillors about reviewing the waste strategy and also promoting and supporting a circular economy. I felt really excited about Mark's vision for our waste strategy for the region and his passion for it, and I know a number of my fellow councillors felt the same way. So I'm really looking forward to seeing the new strategy develop, and Mark, if you're listening or if you're listening later, we are depending on it and we have confidence in you, no pressure. In the report, Environment Livability, we also talk about the regional interurban break. It is one of our major green spaces that Council and the community wish to protect. It is our southern gateway to the Sunshine Coast, and it provides that green separation between ourselves and Greater Brisbane. What we don't want to see on the Sunshine Coast is what you see down in Logan and the Gold Coast. You don't want to see that continuous belt of urban development with no clear separation between the regions. So the break also plays an important role as a productive, environmental and recreational asset for the region, and we don't want to lose this. And the reason I'm raising it, even though it's been in the corporate plan in years before, is because advocacy efforts of developers are often behind the scenes and the community aren't really aware of what's going on. They happen out of the public eye. So I just want the community to be fully aware of the pressure that Council consistently faces in protecting our major green spaces from inappropriate development, and that includes not only the regional interurban break but also the Blue Heart. Council's own advocacy is probably also not front and centre. However, Council reiterates our position to protect the interurban break and to remove Halls Creek as a potential future growth area from the SEQ regional plan. Now, we've just had that discussion on planning, but while we're looking to remove Halls Creek, it's for those environmental values and for retaining that interurban break, as I stated before. But we are also mindful of future land growth, and we do have BOR East, and Councillor Dixon spoke on the numbers associated with that. So Council are also working with the state government to progress the detailed business case for BOR East, major development area. Back to planning, Councillor Natoli read out a paragraph of the corporate plan, but he didn't read out the entire paragraph. So you said Council will prepare the next planning scheme for the Sunshine Coast that will integrate the outcomes of state and local planning projects and initiatives. It also says, as well as consultation with our community to provide a comprehensive framework for managing growth in a way that supports Council's and the community's vision for the Sunshine Coast. So this is in our corporate plan, but what it's saying in the corporate plan is we're progressing with consulting on the corporate plan and getting the feedback from the other levels of government. The SEQ... Yes, please, Mr Mayor.
Can you say yes, Councillor Johnston? Thank you. Carry on.
Thank you for that. Normally I share this with Councillor Cox, but he's not online yet. The SEQ regional plan is currently being reviewed and will be implemented by the state government, as Councillor Dixon informed us earlier. Council officers and the Mayor or the Mayor's representative continue to be active participants in this review. It is important because the SEQ regional plan can have great influence and great impacts on our own plan. I want to raise this point with the community from the report. Continued expansion of the urban footprint beyond its existing limits is not Council's preferred approach to managing growth and will most likely have adverse consequences for our quality of life and progress towards achieving a sustainable region. In this regard, it is important for all communities across all divisions to consider how density can occur in the right locations and in the right way to maintain a sustainable settlement pattern. I consider the strategies and priorities in the corporate plan well thought out, and I will be supporting this report. Thank you, Luke.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Before I go to Councillor Hungerford to close, the CEO would just like to clarify a couple of matters.
Thank you, and through you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to clarify that we've had a lot of conversation about consultation this morning, and as you're all aware, one of our strong drivers from you and from our team this year has been to make sure we consult. And there have been some indications from Councillor Natoli that we were doing things without consultation, and I did just want to correct that and also represent the state a little bit in all of this conversation, because they too also consult on a number of matters. So I'm led to understand that the state did conduct public engagement sessions on the South East Queensland Regional Plan in 2017, and that included sessions here on the Sunshine Coast. So I think it's important to recognise that the state does not create their regional plans without some level of consultation. Additionally, the statements that were made about the Brisbane Road corridor being conditioned, it's not unusual for transport corridors to make way for not just public transport but heavier vehicles in general. With batteries and other things, vehicles are becoming heavier, and therefore when we widen roads we need to consider them. But the Mooloolaba Master Plan was also subject to public consultation, and in that, in 2015, there was reference to Brisbane Road being widened to make way for public transport at the time. So that has been out to consultation in the past, I'm led to understand, and I didn't want that to go on the record today without us understanding that those consultations have occurred.
Thank you, Madam CEO. I'm going to go to Councillor Hungerford to close.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'd like to thank the CEO for making those clarities, because that's marring with great work that's in this corporate plan. And I think that's very disappointing here today. It's a positive story, we're working through things, and we are consulting with the community. Things haven't been decided yet, and things are being worked through, and those stages are coming. So I make that very strongly today. This is a very sound document. We're working towards those things, and we shouldn't mar that in any way. I think that's very disappointing today. So I ask councillors to support this corporate plan.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. We'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Babrowski, Councillor Landsberg, Councillor Dixon, Councillor Hungerford, Councillor O'Prey, Councillor Suarez, Councillor Law, Councillor Jamieson, Councillor Johnston. Those opposed? Councillor Natoli. The motion's carried. Move on to, thank you, Luke. I think you're heading up the next report. Move on to item 8.2, the quarterly progress report. And I just want to check, we still don't have Councillor Cox online? No? Okay. Carry on, Luke.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and councillors. This report provides a progress report for quarter two for the 2022-23 year. Just to recap, this that is based on the operational plan for the 22-23 year, which was cascaded from the previous corporate plan, or the corporate plan that's been in operation through to the years of 22-26. So the report covers the period of 1 October to 31 December 22 and seeks to inform council and the community on the progress of implementation of activities, significant projects and the service highlights from council's operational plan 22-23. There is two appendixes that support this report. One is the Chief Executive Officer's quarterly highlights report for the quarter, and the other is the operational plan activities report, which has progress updates on every one of the operational plan activities from that plan. I'll now invite the CEO to provide an overview of some of the highlights from the quarter.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Luke. And I want to say at the start, thanks to all of the council staff who continue to work incredibly hard and live those values that you outlined in the previous session, Councillor Law. You know, our community and is well served by a group of people who really do care, respect, trust, are curious about the work that they do and stay connected. So it's a really good reminder for all the people that we have doing the work that they do. Quarter two is a really busy quarter for us traditionally, and this year was no disappointment there. We continued to progress all of our operational activities, prepare for the holiday season, and welcome many visitors to the region to all our attractions at the same time while we moved buildings into this new building here. So it was an incredibly busy time. Our world-renowned beaches are one of the Sunshine Coast's most popular draw cards, with more than 2.3 million beachgoers recorded this quarter. It demonstrates the importance of council supporting our lifeguard services. The finalisation of a new 5-year contract with the Surf Life Saving Queensland will see council inject over $5 million per year to support the services provided by our lifeguards, including approximately 93,000 lifeguard patrol areas per year across 22 Sunshine Coast beaches from Coolum to Golden Beach. We are also grateful for the extensive network of volunteer surf lifesavers who gift us their valuable time on patrol on weekends and public holidays during the surf lifesaving season. The new Mooloolaba Northern Parkland is a great new community asset and has been well received by residents, local businesses and visitors. The Mooloolaba Foreshore Festival celebrated the success of the project in November, with the community enjoying live music, artisan markets and free rides for further activating this parkland and infrastructure for our community. And we continue to get incredible feedback for that piece of infrastructure because it helps prioritise accessibility and inclusivity so all members of our community can enjoy and access the boardwalk, playground and public amenities, and provides an important link in our coastal pathway. The coastal pathway provides a great opportunity to enjoy our beautiful coastline and stay active and healthy. And during this quarter, a new 850-metre section was completed in Warana, enhancing accessibility for all our community, including parents with prams and people living with a disability. This new section forms part of the 73-kilometre long route from Bells Creek in the south to Coolum in the north. The completion and formal opening of the last stage of Butterham Village Park was another exciting achievement, providing all ability access with disability parking bays, public amenities, accessible pathways and equal access furniture, as well as an eagerly anticipated new playground. Several other park facilities will also progressed or completed in this quarter, including the completion of Quota Park in Nambour and Turner Park in Beerwah. During this quarter, our goals to be net zero emissions organisation by 2041, including minimising waste to landfill, were supported with progress on the new material recovery facility in Nambour. Groundworks, footings and the main shed frame have commenced installation, and the major external works civil contract has now been commissioned, with works commencing over the coming months. The new state-of-the-art facility will enable more types of products to be recycled and improve the quality of the recycled material, which supports our move to a circular economy for waste management that will increase resource recovery and reduce emissions. Council recognises the importance of community engagement in delivering the needs of our community, and over recent years has worked hard to empower our community to have their say on key strategies, projects and initiatives that shape our region and future, as I discussed in the previous session. Since 2021, the Excellence in Engagement framework has been embedded within our organisation, building capability across our employees and systems to deliver value to hundreds of projects. Encouragingly, this effort was recognised during this quarter when the Council was highly commended for community engagement at the IAP2 Australasia Core Values Awards for Organisation of the Year. The Sunshine Coast achieved a significant milestone with 1,500 residents attending the official opening of our Sunshine Coast City Hall on 10th of December 2022, the venue in which we meet today. The City Hall is located in the heart of the Maroochy City Centre, and the design has been inspired by the majestic Glasshouse Mountains and has been purposefully designed to build our engagement, productivity and innovation. The City Hall will incorporate community activation opportunities through commercial spaces, as well as being a catalyst for investment in the community city centre. This is an important community asset and will enhance our ability to attract and retain great people and connect with our community. And I've got to say, being here in this building, we hear incredibly positive feedback from all our employees who are learning to work in a very different way in council. And it's a great credit to all the people who have moved here with the right attitude and getting together in a way that will only help to serve our community. Finally, our council's 22-23 financial statements were issued on an unmodified audit opinion by the Queensland Audit Office for our 14th consecutive year. This is an outstanding demonstration of Council's ongoing commitment to good financial management and sustainability in everything we do. For more highlights, I will now invite our group executives to come to the microphone to speak about their respective responsibilities and progress our corporate plan goals. And I'd like to start with Chris Sturgis, who's our Acting Group Executive for Livability and Natural Assets.
Councillors, just to be clear, we'll let the officers give their presentation and then take any questions or commentary. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam CEO. Good morning, Mr Mayor and councillors. Through you, Mr Mayor, in respect to the environment and livability, I'd like to advise the following. The transitional implementation of the Sunshine Coast Biosphere has continued to progress. A successful photographic showcase and exhibition event to mark International Day of Biosphere Reserves has occurred, along with continuing governance arrangements through the Coordinating Committee and Community Advisory Group. There's also been multiple biosphere presentations and promotions that have occurred through multiple events. The master planning for the Sunshine Coast Ecological Park on land adjoining Mary Cairncross Scenic Reserve has continued following stage 2 consultation, and the feedback will be used to inform the development of a master plan for further consideration and consultation. The Point Cartwright master plan is progressing well, with all background reports now completed, including cultural heritage, recreation and environmental values. It's fair to say much has been learnt about this important, well-loved area. The draft master plan will be developed, and once reviewed internally will be presented back to the community to inform, educate and do further consultation before being finalised. Work on the Sunshine Coast Waste Strategy has now commenced. This will guide future service provision, emissions reduction, diversion of waste from landfill and continued modernisation of Council's waste management facilities. Projects to implement the Mooloolaba Placemaking Master Plan have continued. The CEO has highlighted the Northern Parklands, but in addition to this, the 4 lanes of the Brisbane Road 4-lane upgrade were opened and operational for the Christmas New Year period between Wayland Street and Mooloolaba Bowls Club. This includes new traffic signals at Foot Street and Wayland Street as a major benefit for the Mooloolaba area in that peak tourism period. The second stage, which is the bridge upgrade, is progressing well, with new deck now being landed. As the CEO has mentioned, following the upgrade and the opening of the Sunshine Coast City Hall, we're now turning our attention to the Nambour and Caloundra and Nambour administrative precincts, which are intrinsically linked to the placemaking outcomes as well for those centres. The detailed design for the Caloundra admin building is now being finalised with stakeholder reviews and sign-offs and is proceeding through procurement phase. And the preliminary feasibility and review of Nambour precinct is also well underway with concept design optioneering occurring. It's been a busy quarter with many great outcomes achieved and much more to come in 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, very much. We're going to move now to
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and through you, for our resilient economy goal, I'll start with a focus on a local company called Haven XR. Council's worked with Haven XR for some time, including helping them establish their initial location not far from here, but since then they've launched a virtual reality production studio at the University of the Sunshine Coast. So that provides transformational opportunities in education, research and industry engagement. Haven XR will provide students the opportunity to pick up skills from automated reality right through to virtual reality, and they've got connectivity into the United States and Southeast Asia, which will provide job opportunities. Staying in the technology space, Council's been undertaking a test and trial pilot called the Connected Worker. So we've been using technology, these headsets, which could probably be best described as mixed reality headsets, and we've been doing that in partnership with AVR Labs. So the staff that have been using these headsets are able to identify, assess and maintain assets in the field, and that's particularly been able to happen here because of the smart technology that is in the Maroochy City Centre. So there'll be some great outcomes from it. We'll actually be able to test the technical platform itself. We'll be able to provide some promotional materials and ideally identify some opportunities for further test and trial projects. During the quarter, there was an estimated $11.8 million in economic benefits to the region from the 19 major events that attracted about 19,500 spectators. To further benefit the region from the major events, we've launched the Events Connect platform. So that's a virtual directory that will allow local businesses who are involved in supplying to events to have direct access to local, national and international event organisers, elite athletes and high-performing teams. We saw the Migrant Work Ready and Business Ready programs finalised with 26 participants graduating and then now ready to apply those new skills to work. There was a graduation ceremony in November at the TAFE campus at Mooloolaba, and that gave the opportunity for the graduates to network with local businesses to land a new job or launch their new business venture. Our placemaking teams were active across the organisation. The CEO's mentioned the Mooloolaba foreshore. We saw 3 Nambour live forecourt events happen, and we also saw the Caloundra Christmas street parade that saw thousands of people in Bullcock Street. Think Sunshine for Black Friday was the name of the campaign that Council ran through October and November to try and encourage customers to spend locally during the Black Friday sales. There were 44 local businesses who prepared videos showcasing their Black Friday offerings, and 10 of those were selected for further promotion via social media, radio and print. The social media reach from the campaign was in excess of 53,000 and more than 10,000 people visited the website. Finally, in the economic space, we have relaunched our Business Continuity Guide, which is designed to help small businesses prepare for placemaking, streetscaping and other activities that may impact on their businesses. Turning to the deliverables under our goal of a strong community, the CEO mentioned earlier that our excellence engagement framework received from formal recognition as the Organisation of the Year from the IAP2 Australasian Awards. A very good example of our excellence in engagement framework at work was the building community by giving time. That was an engagement process focused on volunteering on the Sunshine Coast, and it identified a number of impediments to volunteers: fatigue, a lack of time, transport constraints and tension between volunteers and paid workers were some of the things that were identified. But we also saw lots of opportunities identified, including ensuring that we promote the opportunities as widely as possible. We provide as much information up front so that volunteers can make a decision. We make the process of becoming a volunteer as easy as possible. And importantly, we recognise and reward the great efforts that the volunteers make on the Sunshine Coast. There continued to be strong demand through Council's grant programs. There's a variety of programs under that, and during the quarter there was $1.26 million worth of community grants awarded for 491 projects, events and activities under our community grants programs. Our library services continue to provide access to information and education opportunities through both online and in-person activities. Some of the highlights included the 2 Biwa Heart engagement activities that saw more than 1,200 people visit the Biwa precinct. We had 3 significant author events, including one sold out for Ash Barty, where there was 1,062 attendees. We had Rhyme Time for the under 5s, which saw a loyal audience of 3,238 attend, which is a 9% increase on the previous quarter. And finally, on volunteers as well, we rely on volunteers, particularly for our library services, and there were 1,735 hours of volunteer time and experience brought to the table. In October, we saw the 2032 Organising Committee on the Sunshine Coast, and while planning continues for the 2032 Games, there hasn't been any loss of focus on planning for those grassroots sport and recreation facilities. Some of the activities that have occurred, including a new clubhouse for the Palmwoods Warriors. We saw an upgrade to the indoor equestrian arena at the Nambour Showground. We saw a lighting project at the Coolum Sporting Complex, and we saw detailed design for a new clubhouse and lighting at the North Shore Multi-Sport Complex. And in between the 25th of November and the 10th of December, we saw the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, which is aimed to stop any violence against women and girls, and that included the Seeds of Hope at the Maroochy beach that saw more than 200 native trees planted in the dunes to get the message out about domestic and family violence, but also deliver a great environmental income. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll ask Scott Taylor to come forward and talk more about the strong community.
Thanks very much, Greg. Welcome, Scott.
Good morning, councillors, and thank you very much, Greg. Hard act to follow. Good morning. I'm pleased to report that Council completed its annual review of disaster management, which also included community engagement and reinforcing the Get Ready message during our storm season. This included a campaign to focus on the over 55s and the culturally and linguistically diverse groups within our community. Also importantly, during the period, we completed our inventory of the damage caused from the 22 February floods, and that included 15 road landslips, damage to gravel and sealed roads and stormwater infrastructure. We provided the data for the basis of our application for funding from the Queensland Reconstruction Authority to enable those repairs to occur over the next 2 to 3 years. Council also responded to 146 community inquiries around stormwater infrastructure, and the team performed admirably responding to those draining investigations. We also invested $7.2 million to rehabilitate and resurface 59.6 kilometres of road surfaces to improve the safety of these roads for our community, for a total area of 358 square metres. Also, as part of one of the 5 awards for the Sunshine Coast Council during the period, it's worth noting that we received the Queensland Lighting Award for the smart lighting on the airport drive at Maroochy, allowing us to pursue our net zero sustainability objectives. And finally, the Street Tree Master Plan progressed with a further 486 trees planted during the quarter, as well as 102 along the 12 streetscapes as part of the Adopt a Street Tree program, including 2 councillor tree-free days. Thank you. I'd like to welcome Deborah Robinson, Group Executive, Customer and Planning Services.
Thank you, Scott, and welcome, Deborah.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Scott. As we know, our region continues to develop and expand. I would like to say how I feel very fortunate, alongside my colleagues, to have the opportunity to actively shape the livability and prosperity and sustainability of our Sunshine Coast on behalf of our community. One area that is important in achieving this for our community is in the Development Services branch. At the December Council Ordinary Meeting, Council adopted the updated strategic policy for councillor and council employee participation in development assessment matters. This replaces an existing policy which had been in place since 2008. Since this time, there have been substantial changes in legislation and, more recently, local government integrity reforms. The policy reinforces Council's commitment to open, transparent, effective, efficient and objective decision-making in accordance with statutory requirements, while also providing for appropriate interactions and engagement by councillors and council employees as part of the development assessment process. As expected this quarter, we have seen development activity returning to pre-COVID levels. Of note, development assessments undertaken in line with statutory requirements have increased this quarter to 88%. This is primarily due to an increase in resourcing and process improvements that have taken place in the development services area. Council has also expanded its online plumbing inspection booking system. Initially launched in 2019 for domestic inspections to enable plumbing customers to book an inspection online, Council has now been able to build on its success and made it available for commercial inspections as well. With our growing region comes an increased need for our community to access parking near businesses and activities they want to participate in. To assist with this, and following on from the initial Park Smart project implementation, our Customer Response branch has expanded this service to cover Nambour, Eumundi and the Maroochy City Centre. The introduction of Park Smart into these locations supports vehicle turnover in line with the parking arrangements in business centre and community events. Additionally, Park Smart reduces occupational violence towards our council staff, with 0 Park Smart related incidents reported since the 1st of July 2022. The final phase of the project is on track to be implemented later this year with the introduction of 1 additional Park Smart vehicle. In addition to our longer-term planning and traditional core services, Council continues its range of education and regulation activities both proactively and in response to feedback from our community. This quarter, I would like to highlight the work undertaken to encourage responsible pet ownership on the Sunshine Coast. The teams have worked extensively to engage with over 1,000 community members with responsible pet education programs through 39 events, 4 community education sessions, 8 Smart Paws kindy visits and junior visits. And in addition, our own Hannah Maloney produced a responsible pet ownership book, When Sammy Met Sunny, a book for sale online to the community about safe pet ownership. Whilst our region's population, the need for services continues to increase from October to December, we saw reduced customer contacts across our channels. With over 58,000 contacts recorded by our Customer Contact Centre, this is a decline of 7% from the corresponding quarter in 2022. But this is primarily due to 2 things. Our customers beginning to take up the option of our new customer channels, mobile SMS, with almost 400 queries handled by direct SMS in this quarter. And over 36% of our customers used a digital channel, which is up on 3% on the previous year. 93% of our customers found contacting Council easy and Council to deal with easy. Overall, a strong result for the quarter. Council remains focused on better understanding and responding to our community's needs and expectations in regards to its services. Throughout the quarter, significant effort has been invested in supporting our customer experience to be a positive one for our community. We have embedded and refined new processes and online self-service to support our largest service, which is waste, as mentioned earlier. Generating customer and service insights weekly to guide service improvements for our customers, and expanding the use of Our Council, which is our marketing and campaign management digital solution, enabling digital communication to our community, reducing time and effort for our customers. These efforts are all intended to make it easier for our community to deal with council. I would like to finish my update today on reflecting on our very important cemetery services. The review of the Caloundra Cemetery Master Plan is now well underway, enabling council to better plan for and respond to the needs and preferences of our community. Instrumental in this review is ensuring the voice and needs of our community are at the centre of everything we do. Meetings with community advocates, industry experts and other cemetery across the country and community members has occurred through the last quarter and are already informing the proposed master plan and how we respond to current community needs. To complement this engagement, in the first half of 2023, we will formally ask you, our community, to provide further inputs using our Have Your Say engagement platform. The product and review of our cemetery services business model also includes revision of the products and services offered by council. Recent projects have diversified product offerings in support of our community needs and preferences, such as natural burials, and it is expected that the opportunity for further modernisation of products and services will be achieved through this process. Further review of the Caloundra Cemetery has commenced with an aim to providing more burial and ash interments within the constraints of our existing location at Caloundra. I would also like to take this opportunity to recognise Justin LePage, our Coordinator of Cemetery Services, who is leaving council this month. Justin has been a true advocate for the role of cemeteries in supporting our community and was instrumental in developing the Sunshine Coast Cemetery Plan 2019 to 2028. Additionally, Justin delivered a range of cemetery improvements such as a memorial reflection pond at Caloundra, driven improvements in safety and customer experience, and most recently has started council on the journey to building a sustainable and inclusive cemetery network. I feel privileged to recognise Justin for his commitment to the community. I would now like to hand over to Ms Heidi Roberts, Group Executive Business Performance, to provide an update on our outstanding organisation. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Welcome, Heidi.
Thank you, Deborah, and through you, Mr Mayor. Good morning, CEO. Good morning, councillors and members of our community. As you know, council's goals include being an outstanding organisation, both to its employees and to the community members that we serve. This is made possible by our high-performing and innovative teams of great people who are focused on best outcomes for the community through good governance and regional leadership. We believe that being an outstanding organisation means that we adhere to triple bottom line principles, sustainability principles, not just in economic terms, but for our environment and for community sustainability as well. With these combined principles, we aim to be Australia's most sustainable region. We aim to secure a bright future for our residents where they can live, work and play. In Q2 of this financial year, we showcased our high-performing teams as we approach the holiday season at full pace. Concurrent to our regular operations, we officially opened this beautiful new building. The City Hall building was opened on the 10th of December, and the celebration was attended by over 1,500 Sunshine Coast residents and received overwhelmingly positive feedback. Since opening, over 700 council employees have been inducted and are working in this iconic built-for-purpose building. Also in December, we launched our refreshed set of values, as referred to by Councillor Law and Madam CEO. These values were built from the ground up and were collectively designed by our employees and don't just cover what we are working on, but how we work and serve our community. The refreshed values are care, respect, trust, being curious and being connected. And they embody the culture that we're creating in all of our workplaces and governing all of the work that we do. To implement them, we are developing a people plan that will ensure we're creating the best employee experience possible and in order to attain and attract and retain our high-performing workforce. Whilst talking about our people, Council employed 1,898 full-time workers this quarter and made 114 offers of employment during Q2. Keeping our employees safe is critical to achieving our vision and our strategic objectives. And from October to December, Our lost time injury frequency rate dropped from 7.37 to 6.71, which is the lowest in our history to date. As part of our Wellbeing, Health and Safety Action Plan, Council has endorsed a program to address 19 critical risks to our employees and our community. Each month, we plan to assess 2 to 3 of those risks until all have been completed and a critical control verification framework is developed. Risk champions are currently being nominated across our branches to help implement this important safety program. Senior leaders in Council completed a safety leadership training during Q2, and the 2-day program focused on core skills and knowledge to lead teams in a way that promotes wellbeing, health and safety. Council also engaged a leading safety consultant in November to really refresh and implement a more robust contractor management framework. It has a 4 pillars approach looking at preparation, prevention, protection and response. And it aims to ensure the safety of our contractors who are working on behalf of Council. Sunshine Coast Council, as mentioned by Madam CEO, received its 14th consecutive unmodified audit opinion this quarter. What that means is that our finances were found to be a true and correct representation and accord with principles and legislation, accounting principles and legislation. Our financial performance is on track for the adopted metrics of this financial year and position Council for financial sustainability that's based on sound modelling and the delivery of a well-informed budget. Additionally, Council saw 5,037 property searches, 7,405 changes of ownership, 5,855 spatial parcels were created, and 40 new road names were approved by the end of December. I'm also proud to report that 70% or $75.6 million of our total available purchasing spend was awarded to local businesses, bringing the annual total local spend to $158 million. This is at the heart of our giving back to the community and investing in our local economy. Our robust cybersecurity systems blocked a staggering 638 impersonation attempts over the quarter and 431 malicious attacks on our digital infrastructure. And Council continues to work with other agencies and tiers of government to deliver major projects and important services as outlined in today's corporate plan. Many of these projects have existing commitments, and Q2 saw additional funding approved for the following programs: the Black Spot program to keep our roads safe, Community and Recreational Assets Recovery and Resilience Program to provide upgrades to our sporting facilities, the Queensland Resilience and Risk Reduction Funding to help mitigate and manage risks associated with natural disasters, and the Queensland Reconstruction Authority funding for the reconstruction of essential public assets following severe weather events in Feb of 22. And last but definitely not least, and as mentioned by a number of my colleagues and Madam CEO, Council achieved 5 awards for the quarter. One, the Mooloolaba Foreshore Stage 1 was actually granted 2 awards from the Institute of Public Works and Engineering Australasia Excellence Awards. There was a Mobility Maps Project Award, and it was awarded to the 2022 Productivity Through Infrastructure Awards at the National Awards for Local Government. The Construction Management and Waterway Protection Task Force was awarded the Excellence in Policy and Education Award at the Stormwater Queensland Awards for Excellence 2022, and the Smart Lighting Award was mentioned by Scott previously. Similarly, we received 2 highly commended awards for the Regional Erosion and Sediment Education Trial, and as mentioned by Madam CEO, we received an Excellence in Engagement Framework. We were highly commended as Organisation of the Year by the IAP2 Australasian Core Values Awards. All of these initiatives, projects and awards highlight only some of the incredible work that Council delivers while striving to be more sustainable and innovative as we progress. We are a council defined by great people, strong governance and a vision to be a truly outstanding organisation. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Can I have somebody move the officer's report? Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Someone to second? Councillor O'Prey, thank you. Would you like to start, Councillor Hungerford?
Through you, Mr Mayor. I'll probably cover some points that have already been covered, but I think they're very important to highlight again. The one that's been brought up before, and it's always my proudest one each year, is an unmodified audit by the Queensland Audit Office. Now, an unmodified audit is the very best you can get. Clean bill of health. Nothing outstanding, everything is placed in a true and accurate reflection of the council's position at that point in time. That's not achieved on its own. I believe the Audit Committee runs in parallel with that in achieving that result. All those reports on looking at issues coming up and dealing with things before they become an issue gives you that clean bill of health. And in that, I'd like to congratulate all the staff in council, because they're the ones that really achieve this. Finance staff and all those that report up to the Audit Committee each quarter on the different aspects we're working on and progressing things through. That's a real credit to all the staff. And of course, what was mentioned before, 70% of council's available purchasing spend goes to our local businesses for this quarter. That's over $75 million. That's council supporting our community, supporting our businesses, especially in this high inflationary environment. That's very vital. And our community grants. 491 community groups and organisations received over $1.2 million on that one. That's 70,000 more than the last quarter. So in this tough economic climate, here we are supporting our community. And the Sunshine Coast Solar Farm. It's offset 87% of council's total electricity consumption during the quarter. Now that's an increase of 12% from the last quarter. The quarter before was down because of the unseasonal wet weather. Brought that down. But as of the 31st of December, the solar farm is forecast to offset 98% of our electricity usage. That's significant at this point in time, because remember, the electricity tariffs and prices have gone up substantially in this period. So what that means is almost $4 million was offset, saved for our ratepayers. Solar farm's coming into its own, and it will continue to do that well into the future. But if I was to quote Timmy Dimtel, but wait, there's more. 1,351 megawatt hours of power has been generated from converting waste to electricity at the Caloundra Renewable Energy Facility, reducing greenhouse gas by over 18,000 tonnes. All of these are going towards our goal of net zero emissions. Council progressively works on each of these all the time. It's consistent pressure, consistently applying. And as of the 31st of December, 31% of the capital works program for 22-23 has been delivered. And that's investing in our community and our businesses. And of course, 5,891 hectares of landscaping was undertaken to maintain grass and garden beds in our open spaces. Now, I've got a further report later on where the inflationary environment and what effect that's had on the cost of delivering that. And we've been able to absorb all of that and keep the budget within parameters. That's a very strong position. And of course, 7.2 million is invested to rehabilitate and resurface almost 60 kilometres of local roads. That's 358,000 square metres of road space done in that year. We're achieving a lot, we're consistently applying things, and we're achieving unmodified audit results. That's 14 in a row. I keep saying each time it's got to be a record. No one can tell me what the record is in Queensland for a local government on unmodified audits, but I reckon it's got to be there. This is a very excellent report, and it shows we're achieving the whole way through, because we've got a constant focus on where we're heading and delivering for this community. And I believe the community can be proud of this report and what this council is achieving. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, just a couple of highlights for myself, actually. One of them was the freedom of entry that Caloundra had in November last year. It was great to see the 816 squadron come into town and go through a traditional old parade to actually go up to the Chief Superintendent, Jason Overland, and ask for the keys to the city, which was, really wonderful. And also at Kings Beach, which we know obviously just recently won the Green Flag Award. Just one thing I want to touch on, and I know we spoke about our lifeguards and our volunteers, but sadly we've had 3 drownings on the coast this season, and also one at Tiwa Beach as well. Obviously they're outside patrolled areas, and it's so important for our community to make sure that they swim within the flags. And I know conditions have been quite rough, and it's very difficult for a lot of people that don't understand the ocean, but it's not your friend, and people really need to be mindful of entering the ocean on our coast here. Also, ParkSmart team, I just want to thank our ParkSmart officers. The rollout of the ParkSmart vehicle has been, obviously, there's been a few hiccups with that, especially in Caloundra and Golden Beach, and I thank the team for working with some of the business owners down there with those changes of that patrol and using that new technology. The cemeteries in Caloundra is obviously reaching capacity. I know we had a workshop on that. I know that one of my last meetings with Justin LePage, and I wish him all the best with his new role, is to look at increasing the capacity of Caloundra. So there'll be some changes done there, which will hopefully give us another couple of years. And just with our Sunshine Coast Jobs Hub, which is thanks to the ACDev team, 900 jobs went live on site, which is to obviously connect with like-minded businesses and encouraging job opportunities for our younger people on the coast here as well. So great report, and look forward to supporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Councillor O'Prey.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor, and through you. I too would like to thank the staff. Madam CEO, if you could please pass on it to not just the executive that's here today, but all the way, filters all the way down. Wonderful report, the quarterly report. Love it. It's incredibly positive. Positive energy, positive results, positive deliverables, positive vibe, and positive for our people, which is probably the most important thing of all. As is the corporate plan that we talked about just earlier, I wish I could have voted twice because it was so good. I'm very, very proud of it, and thank you very much. I'd like to tap into a little bit of what Terry said about the lifeguard service. It's been a big part of my life, and I've got a lot of friends and family involved with surf lifesaving, as everyone knows, and I think that the tragedies that we've had on our coast this year has been marred by a wonderful service. Every time this council does a survey, the lifeguards and their employment is right at the top of the list all the time, and it's very well reported. They're not only lifeguards, but they're also tourist guides, they're also dog managing handlers, they're everything, they're jack of all trades. So I would like to put a little shout out to the lifeguard service. Big mentions to the biosphere and the waste strategies that are coming through. Incredible work there. The environment's always front and centre in these reports. But probably the highlight for me in this quarter was the opening of City Hall, right where we are here now, the centre of democracy for the Sunshine Coast. And a lot of big decisions will be made in this area, and I hope the seats are comfy up there because it's really, really powerful, this room that we're in right now. And let's hope that we don't see so much grandstanding that will occur in this room, but good, solid decisions and debate will take place. The economy, Greg, and again, a wonderful report with Terry, my co-portfolio holder. Amazing results. I just wish you had a hand of those goggles around. It's an impressive piece of equipment. The high-tech level that we're going to, it's extraordinary, and I encourage that we do more and more of those trial periods of the goggles. The audits that Ted mentions all the time, he said we're at 14. I think you were saying it was a record at 10. Ted, so you're well and truly ahead of it, mate, so well done and congratulations. The dollar value that this community is creating through the economy, particularly through the event space, we're just shy of $12 million for this quarter. Now that $12 million is outside money coming to the Sunshine Coast. It's pot of gold that comes into the Sunshine Coast and gets divvied up amongst the mum and dad businesses, the businesses in our community that employ people and put food on their tables. The other program that I'm really interested in, and I'm probably not really across as much as I should be, is the Giving Time program and the volunteers. The volunteer dollar value on the Sunshine Coast is astronomical, and it's something I think we should all get behind even more so than we're doing right now. But in closing, Mr Mayor, these are all big overarching jobs and big overarching things that we talk about in these quarterly reports, but I'd just like to highlight a very small project that was in my division that was done in this quarter, and it's about getting the little stuff right. It's getting the little things right, and this council does it so well. We opened a boardwalk that goes right through the Urumba bushland. Very sensitive area, lots of flora and fauna, and it was done through recycled glass and recycled plastics. And of course, the community up there are honest. They want to see this done right. They want to see it done spot on, and rightly so. And guess what? It was. The council delivered. It was a small project. It was very, very much highlighted for the environment, and it's something that's been hugely successful and well received in our community. So I congratulate everybody that's involved with those little things of the Sunshine Coast. Mr Mayor, this is amazing. I really do want to put forward the quarterly progress report, and hope everyone supports it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor O'Prey. I'll go to Councillor Dixon.
Mr Mayor, and through you, I will start on a positive if I can. I've been really encouraged by my colleagues around these free tree days, and I'd heard a lot about them, seen a lot of great work that particularly Councillor Maria and Law were doing, and I saw that, and I got pretty interested, so we started doing some. And I've recently done that at Brightwater, Mountain Creek, and also Palmview. And for those of you who don't know who's involved in that, I've been dealing with Nino Giovanni, Joe Taylor, and Jason McDowell, and they're our street tree nursery team. Super passionate people. I mean, we go out to these events with the community, and they've got all the names and species types of plants and whatnot. We talk about what's best for your yard and for your community. But what was even better is I saw this laminated little A4 bit of paper, and it's got, do you want a street tree? And I know about street trees because we do about 2,500 a year, and they're really popular. But you can take your phone up, you can scan the QR code, and you fill in your details, and council will actually come out and see if we can put more street trees in front of your house. And in fact, Joe Taylor was that good. I was at a Palmview event. A resident walked over near the dog park, and he said, you know, I live just here. I want a couple of street trees. Joe walked straight over with him, and he said, yep, I can fit a few street trees in amongst the NBN and water and power. But that's just customer service. That's the best customer service you can get. The residents were super happy with that. So I'd like to see more of those. I'd like to see more money allocated to the street tree team because as far as I'm concerned, they're just ready to do the work. I think their comment to me was find us $1 million and we will turn the Sunshine Coast City into the most green city around. Super passionate. I just also want to recognise Deborah Robinson and Scott Taylor, who I meet with and share the portfolio with Councillor Johnston. Fantastic operators, actually some of the best directors I've ever worked with, and super passionate and lead a great team. Talking about teams, yesterday we had breakfast with the CEO, management, the mayor and councillors with over 400 outdoor staff. And I'll say outdoor because most of them had their, their high-vis and reflective clothes on. Getting around and talking to them, they're really okay and super comfortable with coming forward and talking about their job. They talk about what they're passionate about. They talk about the things that we could do better. But most of all, I wanted to pay credit to the after hours team because I'm one of those annoying councillors that will ring the after hours number at 1 a.m. and put a call into our after hours, and the team, I'll see them because I live near a park and they'll come out and repair something, whether it's a water leak or a crime issue that's happened that needs to be responded to with glass or whatever. The team are actually, I didn't realise this, but the team have got a dedicated unit where they're going out and they're working those shifts where they might be doing a full day shift and then they get a bit of rest and then they're on call. If they need to be out of bed at 1, 2 a.m, they're the people that are out there. We've got some super keen staff members on that. So with the positives aside, there's one thing that I need to talk about because if I don't, my community will hold me to account. In the plan we've got, the operational plan, page 155, item 213, no surprises, Bruce Highway access from Harmony. For those of you who have followed the journey to date, it was a state government requirement to open the Bruce Highway link in June last year. This is 2022. The state government followed them up and said, hey, we want to know why it hasn't happened. The developer got an extension through to February. We all knew that February was pie in the sky. There's no way, if you apply in September, October, you're going to build a Bruce Highway access by Feb. So they've just lodged in recent weeks a request again to bump that road project out to August, September. My community are absolutely livid. And I know because I live there and it took me literally nearly 30 minutes to get from Palmview, and Joe knows because I saw him walking the dog in the rain this morning. You jump in the car, you get up Claymore Road, you're stuck on the Sunshine Motorway. It takes half an hour just to clear that. If residents had alternatives where they could get to Caloundra or Brisbane out using the Bruce Highway access, even getting north into Nambour, it would be far more advantageous. But this is an issue because we've got a major development area, and again, Joe talked on this before, I talked on it as well, lack of infrastructure. This road needed to be open and now it's not. And it's again, this revolving door of infrastructure before development. So before we go and have more development, let's get that key focus on the infrastructure component that is severely lacking. I talked to Deborah Robinson before, and I just, again, reiterated my disappointment that we have a major development, which could be known for some great things, and it is, but it's severely lacking the infrastructure to the point where this council is now so close to turning off development approvals because that infrastructure is not in place. Mr Mayor, again, an issue to raise, but also my thanks to the CEO and her team for some fantastic council staff that I'm super proud of.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Babarowski.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I rise to support the officer recommendations. And it just always reminds me when you sit here listening to the quarterly reports, one, that's 3 months. That's just 3 months. I love the fact that we take that so seriously and put a lot of detail, but yet the detail still doesn't reveal quite a lot of other layers underneath that. So I hope the community really feels two things, really a confidence and a trust in their council is delivering really remarkable outcomes, value for money, all those good things every time we provide these reports, because that's the purpose of it. That's the purpose of it. It's our feedback back to the community so that they feel confident in us, trust it, and hold us accountable. Just popping a portfolio hat on for a second, I thought it was just worthy of reminding those with an interest in the creative or the arts community that this quarter did deliver the RADF program, which is the Regional Arts Development Fund, the most successful arts development program probably in Queensland by a country mile. We had 60 consultations. Modest amount of grant applications were approved this time out of 25, 9. But I like to somehow think that that's a really good reflection of the rigour and the seriousness that the community group that we asked to assess those grants take the program. They delivered about $39,000 in 9 grants. Heritage grants, 16. Organisations shared about $104,000, with an extra 56,000 Ks went to 8 organisations to help them develop their exhibitions program or their collection management standards. But I like to think that the one thing that may be slightly overlooked in remarking on the opening of this the City Hall building, one is the quality of the architecture itself and the thought that went into designing a building that not only really paid homage to our natural history in the Glasshouse Mountains. There's a 30 million year natural history story right there. But we also made a serious commitment to integrating our art collection and public art into the design. Now, if you compare the experience you have in your arrival, walking through the building, in the public gallery as you come through the foyers, etc., to the previous civic buildings, you did not get the same engagement with the art collection and a presentation of digital platforms such as all of the LED screens in the foyer. Magnificent mechanism for us to showcase digital artworks, starting with marvellous work by Lyndon Davies, one of our really internationally acclaimed First Nations artists. And there will be another, because some decisions were made in that quarter that aren't in the report, but basically progressed to public artwork that will be part of the entrance. So I hope to some extent, even though it wasn't the big ticket items in this quarter, 3 months, October, November, December, the arts did get a major boost through this building and through the grants programs. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Babarowski. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to thank the CEO and all of the ELT for their presentations today, and in particular Chris Sturgis, who presented for livability and natural assets, which is the portfolio that Councillor Cox and I share. He's only been in the acting role for a couple of weeks and had to report on the past 3 months' worth of work, so good job. I won't labour on the items that are actually in the report, and I'll probably follow on from what Councillor Dixon spoke about. Councillor Hungerford mentioned the 5,891 hectares of landscape and garden beds that were maintained in the last 3 months, and that's a significant area that the staff look after. And at the same event that Councillor Dixon was at yesterday, Scott Taylor mentioned how our staff are out there in the elements. They're out there, in the rain, they're out there in the heat waves, and they're getting the work done. And sometimes that gets overlooked or maybe taken for granted. Our CEO, Emma, also spoke at the event, and she highlighted the amount of care that our frontline workers take when they're interacting with the community and trying to get their jobs completed as well. And I guess that goes to the core values that yourself and Councillor Law have worked really hard on with the entire council to embed, and they're just doing it and have been doing it for a long time. So that was really good to bring out real life examples, and I join them in thanking the teams for these efforts. In the report, they talk about the Cool Urban Forest Study, and it's a 2-year project, and I really can't wait for the insights. So it's a real exercise in patience for me. But as Councillor Dixon spoke about the street tree team, they're just getting on with it. They're not waiting for the results of this report. And at that same event, Joe came up to me really excitedly to tell me about some of the work that he'd done in Division 9, just to give me an update. So he'd completed doing a whole street of street trees in Banksia Avenue in Coolum, and they'd started work already in Central Avenue in Coolum. And then from there, they'll be progressing to Yunga Street, which is a street that Councillor O'Prey and I share, and checked out on the map exactly which side the path was on, and unfortunately it's in Division 8, no, fortunately. But what he said was, he said, the footpath network is so busy and in need of trees. I love my job. He's so enthusiastic about the street tree program, and it was so great to hear that. And I'm pretty sure the community will love the shade that the trees will provide in the future when there's walking down the street on a hot day. One other thing that I wanted to highlight was the 10,252 hectares of land that is privately managed for conservation under the Sunshine Coast Land for Wildlife program. I know the Mayor speaks about this often and is very proud of that involvement from the community in our conservation efforts. And so I thought I'd just put that into context. So an international standard rugby field is slightly over 1 hectare. So that equals approximately 10,250 rugby fields, international standard rugby fields, that our community, off their own backs, are looking after for our region. Council obviously supports them. We provided $325,000 in landowner environmental grants to support their projects, and that provides over $1.1 million in return in terms of time and effort that's been invested into those projects. That's almost quadruple the value of the grant spend. So it's money well spent, and I really applaud the community. I know I've met a lot of land for wildlife owner participants, and they're really proud of the work that they do on their own properties. There is also an additional item that's not part of the environment and livability portfolio, but one that I'm passionate about, and that's the recognition that the team received on the community engagement policy. So I just wanted to thank Fantail and the team of council, as well as the staff from the University of the Sunshine Coast, for their efforts in putting that policy together and having it implemented within council. And I will be happy to support this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. There are no further speakers. I'll go back to Councillor Hungerford to close.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I think we've covered a lot of items here today, but there's a lot more there as well. And the community can be very proud of the fact that we're following through with this. We're delivering consistently, and of course we've got the next quarter coming up, and like the Deputy Mayor said, this is only 3 months. A lot would be flat out achieving that in a whole year. That's only a quarter of a year. And I look forward to the next quarterly report and fine weather so we can keep on with that capital works program. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried. Councillor Johnston, hand up. Carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillors, I'm going to try and get through the next 3 items before we break. So item 8.3 is the Audit Committee report, and I'm inviting Tom to give us a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, councillors, Madam CEO, members of the exec and members of the community. I'll take the report as read. I will thank you, Councillor Hungerford, for the, not my fault, not anything to do with me, but the 14 years of getting through unqualified accounts is just phenomenal. Anybody who's worked in audit and risk for a number of years will recognize that. And I guess one of the highlights for me with the council is the operation of the audit committee. And just to highlight the councillors, we have 2 councillors on that committee, and then we have the 3 independents, and just the rigor that they bring to the council, and they are our independent eyes and ears, and they're a key cog in terms of the governance structure of this organisation. I've been with the organisation for 5 weeks now, and there's some amazing stuff, and I appreciate all the councillors' comments. Things that they do look at, which are very important, is things like reporting on the rates to make sure that they're fair and equitable and actually done properly every year. The audit committee also looks at health and safety reports to make sure that's going on. Cybersecurity is near and dear to everybody's heart, and it's a key focus for the audit committee. And then I guess the big part, not only are we've been 14 years clear, but we're now looking at 15 years. And so we're working together with the Queensland Audit Office to make sure that we get through the planning for this year and have another stellar year in terms of finances. I'll take any questions if there are any from the councillors.
Thank you, Tom. Can I get someone to move, first of all? Councillor Natoli, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Hungerford, thank you. Would you like to open, Councillor?
There's no need.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Hungerford?
Questions, I'll speak to it.
Okay, fine.
Thank you, Tom. And you've only been here 5 weeks?
5 weeks, yep.
And you've attended the first audit committee meeting. And I noted that you were very impressed with the rigour and the amount of stuff we were working with there from where you've come from. Probably the one I'd mention here is cyber security, because that's the biggest threat any organisation has now. We've seen the high-profile ones where large organisations have been hacked and people's details have been compromised, and that's something we're very mindful of too. So in the audit report, I thought I'd speak to this one. Councillors are seeing an increased number of security vulnerabilities, consistent with what we're being reported in the media. What I've read in the media, some of those are state-sponsored, so it's a really serious area at the moment, and large corporations keeping their security and all their data safe is a major worldwide problem at the moment. The Council continues to proactively patch systems against known security vulnerabilities and threats. Now, from October to December 2022, Council successfully blocked 577 impersonation attempts and 279 malicious code of conduct on Council staff and councillors. Councillors get targeted as well. And that's why I like the fact we've got cyber security training for councillors as well, so we can do our part to keep the organisation safe. The Council has undertaken independent penetration testing. Council security partner Equate Technologies, which provides 24/7 managed security services and monitoring via Security Operations Centre, has undertaken proactive research on Council's network and found no evidence of successful activity. That's a real credit to our IT branch and what we're doing. This is a constant threat, and we've got to keep focused on this, because I think it's one of the biggest threats any organisation, especially a council the size of ours, has. And I'd like to just point out that there's been successfully worked on. We're very serious about it, and that is something we need to keep a focus on in the future. Otherwise, the Audit Committee, as we've said before, is parallel in achieving those 14 unmodified audits, and I'm looking forward to number 15. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. There are no further speakers. Do you want to close, Councillor Natoli? Not necessary. We'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Johnson, we've got you as well. That's carried unanimously. Thank you, Tom. Good start.
Thank you very much.
Item 8.4 is the Budget Review 2, and I'd ask Michael and Isaac to come forward for a presentation. Thanks, Michael.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Morning all. I'll just run through Budget Review 2, our second budget review, obviously, of the year. So the statutory arrangements in relation to budget reviews need to reflect management's best estimate of the financial position as at the end of the financial year. And just note that the principles of the development of the budget are adhered to during the budget review process. So service levels set by council and aligned to the corporate plan, maintain cash levels, maintain or decrease debt levels, and achieve an operating result to fund debt redemptions and capital expenditure. The operating result has decreased by 3.3 million. Our total capital program has decreased by 2.5 million to 293 million. Our total cash has increased by 44 million through to the end of financial year. Just a couple of significant adjustments on the operating position side. General rates through reduced growth have been $1.6 million reduction. The growth of 1.34% against budgeted of 1.9. Interest revenue on investments is $8.8 million of additional revenue. Holiday parks have got a net increase of $1.3 million. And on the expenses side, the inflationary impacts of 4.8 million have been included, and planning appeals for legal expenses is another $0.8 million there. On the capital works program, there's deferrals of $36 million to next year. There's other requests due to market cost increases of $7 million, and the disaster recovery funding agreement, there's $10 million included. The minor works program, Mr Mayor, is included for your consideration, and the recommendation is as per tabled in the report.
Thank you, Michael. Someone to move? Councillor Hungerford, thank you. And a seconder, please. Councillor Natoli, thank you. Would you like to open, Councillor Hungerford? Welcome, Councillor Cox.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'd like to highlight in this one how the high inflation is affecting council's operations and how we've been able to effectively absorb that in this budget review too. And they're the headwinds we're going into in formulating the next budget. Now, council has 93 contracts with a rise and fall clause linked to the quarterly data provided. The current inflationary environment for CPI, fuel, labour, metrics equates to an increase in expenses of 4.8 million over the core program. I did mention before how the solar farm saved us nearly $4 million just in the increase in electricity prices. If you had that, you would have had to combine those two together. Now, it's made up of an additional $800,000 for the cleaning of public amenities, an additional $800,000 in contractor expenses for landscape maintenance, and that's all those parks and landscaping that Councillor Maria mentioned before, those 5,000 odd parklands that we maintain. An additional $200,000 for turf maintenance in the district local open space and parks. An additional $350,000 for gravel road maintenance. That's just increased expenditures for doing the same things we're doing. And the waste collections contract has incurred an additional expense of $3.75 million. But because of our strong financial position and our focus on where we are and keeping efficiencies there, we've been able to absorb those in this budget round. So our community can be very secure in the fact that we're soundly managing things. Contract oversight on our projects and what we're delivering. But remember, we've now got a CPI that's gone from when we looked at this in the March quarter leading to the last budget of 5.1%, we're now looking at 7.8%. And I believe that's going to stay up there for a while. I don't think it's going to come down in a hurry. So that will impact on next year's operations and formulating our budget. But I know from the discussions we've had already, all of my fellow councillors understand the impacts on the community out there, the rising costs and interest rates and everything else. and looking at what we can deliver, but what's fair and reasonable, what they can afford as well. So we are very mindful of that. We've done very well. I think this budget review too shows a very strong organisation that's achieving the results, regardless of those headwinds, and we're going to look that to the future. So I'll put it to you, this is an excellent result. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. No further speakers. You don't need to close, Councillor. We'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Johnston coming live. Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Michael, you're going to carry on with the item 8.5, which is the financial report for January.
Indeed, thank you. Just fairly quickly, just note that the January figures do not include any of the adjustments that were just adopted through Budget Review 2. So the changes and the variations for the revenue and the expenditure, as well as the capital, have been incorporated in Budget Review 2. You'll see that come through in the February figures in next month's ordinary meeting. Just some of the notes in relation to the capital program: $121 million expended in the total program, and core of $92 million. And just noting our cash, so our cash is programmed to increase, as I said, by $44 million. Council's debt programmed at $472, should end up about $489 million at the end of the year. And Council's investments, again, as I mentioned in Budget Review 2, there's $8.8 million of additional revenue. We've got 14 term deposits totalling $150 million, average weighted interest rate of 4.13%, investment last week at 5%, so interest rates are very much moving on the up. And again, once again, those dollars have been adjusted in Budget Review 2. And the recommendation to receive and note, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Michael. Someone to move, please. Councillor Hungerford. Seconder. Councillor Dixon, thank you. Like to open, Councillor?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Council has a positive operating result of $165.5 million. That's $1.3 million above the current budget. As of the 31st of January 2023, $461 million operating revenue has been achieved, which is $5.4 million in the current budget. As of the 31st of January 2023, $288.6 million has been expended, resulting in a variance of $6.5 million, 2.6% higher than budget. And that's the disaster management money that's come in that's going to be spent yet, and additional contracts to service delivery areas due to the impact of increasing inflation. As of the 31st of January, $121 million, or 41% of Council's $295.5 million capital works program has been financially expended. The core capital program has progressed 42.5% of budget, an actual spend of $92.3 million. And the corporate major projects have progressed 32.3%. Probably the one I'll focus on, that's very important, is Council's cash balance, $314 million, very healthy place to be, but we've got commitments in the future. The Council's debt, as of the 31st of January, is $472 million. Remembering when we did our region building projects, that peaked out at $676 million. But they were on self-funding programs, very sound business cases, and they have come in very successfully. That will go up this year because we've got to look at our getting waste from the waste stream with the FOGO and the MRF, the waste facilities, because that's going to save us money in the future anyway. But those that I'll keep plugging out there that reckon we've got financial problems or a debt problem, the problem we've got I'm enjoying because it's a good problem. We're reducing debt, we're increasing assets, and we're achieving those things to get to Neuro Z emissions sustainably and affordably. This is a great story, and I think the community can be very comfortable with where we're heading. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. No further speakers. We'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We're going to wrap up on 8.6. Thank you, Michael and Isaac. 8.6 is the Sunshine Coast Regional Council Divisional Electoral Enrolment Review, and I invite Victoria Nelson to give us a presentation. Thank you, Victoria.
Through you, Mr Mayor, good morning, councillors. This report is presented to you today in accordance with Section 16 of the Local Government Act. This section of the Act requires that each local government that is comprised of internal electoral divisions review whether each of its divisions has a reasonable proportion of electors. What this means is that we must review whether or not there is a fairly equal distribution of electors across all 10 divisions in the Sunshine Coast local government area. The outcome of the review must be notified to both the Minister for Local Government as well as the Electoral Commissioner of Queensland by the 1st of March in the year preceding the quadrennial local government elections. The review has been undertaken based on data provided by the Electoral Commission as at the 31st of January 2023 and indicates that all 10 divisions are currently within the quota prescribed by the Act. For clarity, all divisions in the Sunshine Coast local government area each have a reasonable proportion of electors. Today I recommend to you that the Chief Executive Officer be authorised to provide the required written notice of the results of the review to both the Minister for Local Government and the Electoral Commissioner by the 1st of March 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Someone to move. Councillor Suarez. The seconder. Councillor Babarowski. Would you like to open, Councillor Suarez?
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, I wasn't prepared to move this motion, but I'm happy to do so. I'm actually, I was really surprised when we got the report. I kind of expected that there may have been a divisional boundary change with the population explosion within Aura and some of the other growth areas, but apparently not. So thank you for the information. It was a bit of a eye-opener for us, and I support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Any further speakers? Councillor Cox.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Unfortunately, my computer has gone flat and I haven't been able to put it on the charge just at this moment, and so I haven't actually got my notes available to, so I'm going to try and speak from memory. But when I was reading through the report, it highlighted once again that Division 3, I remember the last time we had a review, there seemed to be a disproportionate higher amount of people on the electoral roll in Division 3 in relation to both the adjacent divisions of 2 and 4. And that prompted a bit of a change, boundary change at the last election. So once again, it seems like Division 3 is at the top of, I suppose, the numbers on the electoral roll within each of the divisions, and it is, in my opinion, going to hit probably, will be very close to that upper proportion, or upper quota, I think they refer to it in the report. So I feel a little bit like, because I had my notes and I can't sort of quite refer to them at the moment, and I've just jumped off a 14-hour flight, so I feel like I'm a bit ill-prepared to speak to this at the moment, but I just wanted to sort of raise the fact that it has been the case for a number of years, certainly last term and now this term, where I've sort of had at least a couple of thousand more than the adjacent ones, and I'd just like to see that sort of balanced out. But I can understand that the upper limits have changed compared to the previous term in terms of those numbers. I think it was 27,000 something from memory. So yeah, it was just sort of putting forth that position that I think that Councillor Babarowski has got huge growth coming in Division 1, and I thought there might have been a little bit of movement with this report, but I can understand our recommendations. I certainly probably don't agree wholeheartedly with them, but I certainly will be supporting this here today, and just probably encourage my fellow councillors to do likewise.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Dixon.
Through you, Mr Mayor, and thank you for the report. Like Councillor Fox, I was actually a little bit surprised that there weren't a few sweeping recommendations around changes, given that, you know, we sit in this room now and I've already asked meeting management. There looks like there's a few more spaces for new councillors. And if you think about it, 50,000 electors in Caloundra South, Aura, Councillor Rick, certainly in the near future, I'd imagine potentially some point through next term, we're going to have to look at Division 1 at least, because you've actually got the average enrolment here at 25,451, so that's half of the population, future population of just that suburb area. Plus you've got the rest of Division 1 as well. You look at Palmview, 17,500 residents. That's getting close to a substantial increase. So I'd expect in the next term of council there will be changes to Division 6. In the past, obviously, traditionally, Councillor Ted has picked up a lot of Division 6 changes because of the low growth in those areas in terms of the projected population. I've got a lot of changes in Sippy Downs through high density res, Palmview, which we've talked about. But there's a trend here. A lot of the urban councillors have got significant growth pressures in their electorates. I noted with interest, though, the average state seat was somewhere around 36,000 electors at 2020. That's the figure that I'd seen online myself. So we're certainly getting up there. Just realise that I think we're going to need, at least in the next few years, additional colleagues, or certainly accept the notion that we're just going to have larger electorates, which, I'm not too stressed about. I've got a geographically small area, but I do have sympathy for some of the hinterland councillors, because some of them will jump in the car and drive many hours just to get to their meetings, given that they have to drive to Maroochy from out in the hinterland areas as well. And Councillor Johnson's doing the great environmental thing here today. He's actually saved a fair bit of a drive in from Mullaney. I think my only question for Victoria Nelson, if I can ask, is do you get any external feedback? So you know that you've engaged internally with councillors. I'm sure you talk to your counterparts. Are we getting any external feedback from residents? Is there anyone that emails council saying, we believe council should be looking at the divisions? I know there is consultation when they get to that, but are we hearing anything this term? Is there any new information?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Not that I'm aware of. No, I'm not aware of any contact from the community that's ever proposed a change or asked a question.
Okay. I'll support the report, but I think next term there's going to be some substantial changes.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Babarowski.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a quick acknowledgement that I too was not as surprised that it didn't change this particular term of council, because I do recall that I think I'm going to describe it the boundary commissioner, but it's the electoral commissioner, did consider the growth of Division 1 and the region very carefully last review. And I recall that they did try to give us a degree of stability for 2 terms. So I commend both our submission and the work that we did through to that process, and the electoral commissioner for looking to give us some stability. But I'd certainly acknowledge with the growth of Aura, 50,000 people, so not quite 50,000 electors, there's a few children in there, but I too take your point. But I think, again, I would recognise that we should acknowledge the growth of our region, I think is about 1.4% at the moment, will probably put us in a position where in the term of the next council, we would have to consider which boundary alignments would make the most sense from our point of view, recognising it's not our decision. We can just put an argument to the Commissioner if we think that there's some rationality as to why the boundaries should be adjusted in a particular way. In the end, they look at it coldly, rationally and mathematically, which is probably a good thing. It means that it doesn't get politicised. It's really about representation and equity, and certainly intend to support the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Babarowski. I might just make the point that I have lots of empathy for your concerns about numbers of people, but if you want to be elected as mayor, it's 128,000 votes you're going to need. I'm going to go back to Councillor Suarez to close. No need to close. We'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Okay, that's a appropriate time to take a break. It's 11:30, be back at 11:45, and we'll go straight on with item 8.7, which is the Caloundra Music Festival. Thank you. 2023 to 2025, and I invite Greg Laverty to open the presentation. Acknowledge Andy Eves-Brown and Richie Isles as well.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The Caloundra Music Festival is intended to showcase and celebrate the Sunshine Coast culture and music by connecting locals and visitors. Obviously, COVID has had an impact on the world-class component of the ambition. The event started 15 years ago and has progressed significantly to deliver a broad range of economic, community and environment outcomes across a much broader area than just Caloundra. Probably today, the contribution that the festival makes under the Sunshine Coast Arts Plan, particularly the development and celebration of local artists, is as important as any others post-COVID, where venue closures and other pressures are facing the music industry. So some of the benefits from the Caloundra Music Festival. So over the last 2 years, we've seen economic benefits of nearly $6 million from the festival. And there could be an argument put that there are a lot of locals who stay locally for the festival. And so the prevention of that leakage is actually an additional economic benefit to what's shown on the screen. There are a number of reports attached to the council report. One of them is a silver lining strategy, which includes some research and includes a statement that the Caloundra Music Festival inspires locals to play more music. There are a range of other quotes from locals to support that in the report, and one of the initiatives that helps achieve that is the establishment of a music industry panel, which is made up of local people that select the artists to play at the festival. When sourcing suppliers for the festival, there is a very strong focus on starting with locals. There is a breakup of the local expenditure for the festival in the report at graph 2, and that shows that the biggest beneficiaries of the festival when it comes to the engagement of suppliers are Divisions 7, 8 and 1. There are a range of community benefits from the festival, including the support of local charities by the provision of tickets for fundraising. In 2022, we saw an initiative that came out of our youth council that involved U-Turn and Headspace, where we worked together to create a youth zone at the festival that could be used as a chill-out space. This was on the back of engagement with youth that identified that mental health was the biggest issue facing our youth on the Sunshine Coast. That zone was well attended and there's been very positive feedback on it. I couldn't move on from the community benefits associated with the festival without mentioning the hundreds of volunteers that provide an important contribution to the festival and hopefully also get significant sense of pride and satisfaction for their contribution to the Caloundra Music Festival. Inclusion and diversity are also a key component, whether that's in relation to providing space for those who might need mobility aids, but also for the companion card program where card holders receive a second companion ticket at no charge to attend the event. Sustainability has also been front of mind for a long time at the Caloundra Music Festival. And I think there's one standout figure there that shows the waste diversion rate, which has increased from 43% in 2019 to over 80% in 2022. So the fact that 80% of all the waste from the festival is diverted is a fantastic outcome, and there is ambitions to make that figure even higher. There were a range of reports that were undertaken are attached to the report, so Silver Lining Research and their business plan, as well as EarthCheck. There has been some discussion in relation to outsourcing or finding a different delivery model for the Caloundra Music Festival. That's something where we've had some discussions, but during COVID it was not the right time to try and find someone else to operate an event. The uncertainty and risk around events meant that it was an inappropriate time to do it. That doesn't mean we won't do it, and there's a recommendation you'll see later on that does recommend that we do review the model of the Caloundra Music Festival and we come back to Council by December 2024. Before we do that, there are a few questions that we need to ask Council and get a position before we would go out to the market. We'd need to understand if Council wanted to impose the same sort of restrictions about buying local, the environmental outcomes, the community, the charity outcomes, and I guess probably most particularly whether councillors wanted the event to continue at the Kings Beach, which is a signature location that the event is held at. So the silver lining strategy, so the report is there, but just a few things. So the Caloundra Music Festival inspires the greatest sense of local pride amongst residents of any annual recurring event in the wider region. Inspires a sense of connectiveness amongst 50% of locals, is a powerful illustration of the place brand, and that goes to the signature location of Kings Beach that I mentioned. I've mentioned that it inspires locals to collaborate and play music, and I've also mentioned the significant economic benefits that flow from the festival. Some of the highlights across the last three festivals, not the last 3 years because obviously 2020 didn't occur. So from those three, I'll pick a few numbers out. So in excess of $10 million in economic benefits across the three. Significant volunteer hours, 108 season tickets awarded to 27 community groups for fundraising purposes. In 2019, it was the winner of the Australian Live Music Award for the Queensland Event of the Year. We've actually also just found out that it is also a finalist in the Queensland Music Awards in the category of People's Choice for the Festival of the Year. So that competition is underway now. There were 30 local artists engaged at the 2022 event. And again, if you have a look at graph 1, those local artists are sourced from right around the Sunshine Coast. So Division 9 has got the most of those local artists, followed by Division 5. And then Divisions 2, 3, 7 and 8 have 3 each. So it's a very good spread of those local artists around the Sunshine Coast, and again demonstrates the benefits of the festival being spread right across the Sunshine Coast. This next graph shows the ticket sales. So of the 6,638 tickets that were sold, and that might be for 1 day or 3 day, 56% of those were from outside the Sunshine Coast region. So that's important to get people to come to the region, spend money here, and that's where we get the economic benefits from. Of the 44% that were spent, that were sold within the Sunshine Coast, so the largest area of that is postcode 4551. So 4551 covers 20 different suburbs across Divisions 1, 2 and 3. And then you can see then the orange, which is ticket sales between 100 and 500. They actually touch all of the other divisions. So again, a very good spread of ticket sales across the Sunshine Coast. Again, some more information about the last 3 years. So you can see the attendee numbers there pre-COVID, so 32,000, and obviously dropped back a little bit in part because of the duration of the festival has dropped from 4 days to 3 days in 2021. Very strong sense of pride from the locals at between 96 and 94 and 98% across the 3 years. And obviously the financial numbers there. So across the 3 years that the festival was allocated from 2021 and 22. There was a budget allocation of $750,000 for that net operating result. The total used was $630,000, so there was a saving across the 3 years of $130,000, but obviously the financial result from 2022 was not what we expected. So we saw a lower number of tickets sold, particularly because on the Saturday the weather was very poor, and so the walk-up ticket sales on that Saturday were very low, and obviously some of the other associated revenue weren't as high either, and I'll talk about some of that now. So a lot of numbers on this slide, but I'll just pick out a few. So again, if you look at the top line, the revenue, so you can see when the headline acts include some internationals, the revenue is much higher. So from 2016 to 2019, the revenue is always above $2 million. In 2022, it was 1.1, so it's almost half. So that revenue has had a significant impact on that financial cost that I referred to on the previous slide. The economic benefits, again, in 18-19 are much higher because of the artists who were there. So both of them in 18 and 19, were in excess of $4 million. A couple of other comments there, that because there is quite a number of fixed costs associated with the revenue, when the ticket sales are down, the costs go up. So you can see there the expense per attendee increased from 2021 of $82 to $135. So it's really important to drive the number of attendees And while the revenue per attendee showed a good upward trend, there just wasn't the people there with ticket sales and food and beverage sales as well. Across the 15 years, I won't go through all of these, but again, some very significant figures in the benefits to the region, both from an economic, community and environmental perspective, but also, again, particularly that support for local musicians and the local music industry that were very hard hit during COVID and are struggling to recover from that. From the business plan that was done, there's three primary objectives going forward. So we need to continue to work hard to understand and explain the benefits that the CMF delivers beyond the economic impact. And I've covered a number of those, including some of the linkages to the Council's broader objectives. Continue to collaborate both internally and externally for the festival, and certainly the objective of getting to carbon neutrality from the festival. There are conversations happening with our environmental sustainability team internally, and again continue to tell the stories from the successes of the festival. So, Mr Mayor, the recommendation is up there in relation to providing some certainty, which is important for the festival, but also being very clear this time that there is a resolution being sought from Council that we will bring back to Council a review of the delivery model by December 2024.
Thank you, Mr Laverty. Someone to move? Councillor Landsberg. A seconder, Councillor O'Prey. Would you like to open, Councillor Landsberg?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. First of all, councillors, I'd just like to thank the officers for bringing this report to Council. We've witnessed over the last 3 years a huge impact to our live music events across Australia. We've witnessed cancellations from fires in New South Wales to obviously cancellations due to COVID, and the music industry, it'd be fair to say, is on its knees. I look at this as a sponsored event. I know we do fund this event, obviously, but the community, the outstanding community benefit from the Caloundra Music Festival is amazing. And if we look at what it does, obviously it aligns with our corporate plan objectives, and in our creative section on page 29 is a distinctive arts and entertainment culture contributes to our sense of identity and place and offers broad appeal to locals and tourists. Our arts and entertainment precincts are filled with excitement, colour, music and movement, and enjoyed day and night. The region's convention and entertainment facilities attract national and international events and business tourism. That's a pretty broad reference, obviously I must admit, in our corporate plan, but it does align with our objectives. Tourism Events Queensland obviously paid for the review undertaken by Silver Lining Strategy. They paid for it, and the review is complimentary of how the festival is run and what it actually achieves to the broader community, not only Caloundra, but right across the Sunshine Coast. In 2015, obviously one of the biggest movers we did from 2015 to 2020, we did a community satisfaction survey. One of those main movers in that survey, which is part of public consultation across the Sunshine Coast, a big mover was more cultural, arts and music events for the Sunshine Coast. And I must say we did another satisfaction survey in 2022, but I would like to say that, you know, where we are at the moment with the impact of what we've seen to the world economy, I mean, there's a lot of other issues at play there, but it's still one of our major needs that our community are looking for obviously support. Obviously, thank you to the officer. Greg spoke about a finalist just as being nominated for the Queensland Music Awards, which is wonderful. And obviously we know that Kings Beach will be a live site for the Olympics come 2032. And one of the things that I really want to stress is the importance of our volunteer base. And it's not just a base, it's an army of volunteers for the CMF. And they turn up each year to support this event. And we are going to need more than an army of volunteers for the Olympics in 2032. And if this event really leverages off our community initiatives and our community engagement plan, it really just kicks it out of the park. And I must commend the CMF team on how they engage and really bring those volunteers on site each and every year. Our sustainability initiatives. And look, we're at the forefront with obviously reducing our carbon footprint for the Caloundra Music Festival. Obviously, we're the first one to ban single-use plastics with plastic bottles, obviously being reusable wine cups, our food vendors, all participants and contractors obviously are very mindful of our sustainability goals. And it's great to see that if we are pushing that upon future events, this is a flagship of how events are going to be run into the future. And if we're not showing that as an example for this event, how do we expect future events coming to the Sunshine Coast to follow our lead? I know and I know thanks to our CEO spoke about all abilities and what we're doing for future employment on the Sunshine Coast, but this music festival also caters for people of all abilities. And I think that's a really important part for us. It's not about making money, it's about the community benefit that we put in that delivers back to the community. The figures that were put up on the screen there in regards to since 2007 is over $40 million of direct or incremental spending into our region. And look, it may not meet our ROIs of a major events application, but I think we really need to start thinking outside the box of what we are getting in terms of how we invest our ratepayers' money. And I feel that, and speaking from personal experience, I know my community in Caloundra is 110% in support of this festival. We may get a few minor complaints of surrounding businesses, but they were put to rest during a workshop that we had recently with a couple of comments that were sort of thrown on the floor. But
Councillor,
also...
can I get you an extension? Happy to move, Councillor Cox. Councillor Natali, second. All in favour? That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors.
He's left there.
But also what it does for our aspiring local artists and the opportunity for those artists to play on a stage with icons of the music industry. And this has actually given, obviously, a segue and a pathway for a lot of musicians from the Sunshine Coast to be able to obviously pursue that career. Not to mention, obviously, the charities and the community groups that obviously receive a wonderful boost from this event as well. And also, I'd just like to say that the contracts that are awarded, if you look over the period of time, obviously over 1,000 contracts that have contributed, over $500,000 goes to local contractors with this event on the Sunshine Coast each time the event runs. And that's a massive input into our local economy. I'd just like to comment quickly on the CMF team. Obviously, they're a fantastic group of people in our events team that obviously have been dedicated to this event since 2007. And I know obviously a couple of those officers are still here today. But you can't buy goodwill. You can't buy it, you have to earn it. And this event has absolutely earned it. And just quickly, before I'll let my other fellow councillors talk to it, is just quickly about obviously some letters that we've received, and I won't read through them, I'll just go on some touch points. A letter from principal at the Caloundra State School. The CMF campground, our school, has been a major fundraiser for our community for 11 years and provides a significant injection of funds to local business owners. These funds were able to air condition our whole school even before the state government program was rolled out. So just one, plus another 11 other comments there. Comment from Kangaroo Bus Lines. Obviously a business based in Burpengary, public transport, offer all that sort of opportunity for transport and bringing people to our event. Our business has supplied shuttle bus transfers since the CMF has begun. Not only do our drivers love this event due to the fun and vibrant atmosphere of its patrons, but we can see firsthand how much the business community benefits. The economic benefits to the region must outweigh any concerns that the council has had that would prevent them from budgeting its continuation. A local one, obviously from Jenny Mitchell, just obviously a fan, speaking in regards to a die-hard festival goer that, yeah, please support it. Asset Pro, a security firm that has been on board for 9 years for the CMF. They bring up 75 licensed security personnel to work the event over that weekend. It's like putting the band back together for one weekend every year. From patrons to volunteers, contractors to vendors, entertainers to security, everyone has the same agenda. Enjoy people, food, music and entertainment in a respectful and safe manner and showcase the Sunshine Coast for all it has to offer. Look, I could keep going through, and I won't because I've got quite a pile there. But I'll leave it at that. Obviously, I look forward to ongoing discussions. I'll let my other fellow councillors have a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Councillor O'Prey.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. 3 questions only at this point in time, if that's okay. I won't speak to it just yet. But before I ask my first question, firstly, thank you to the staff that are here today from the CMF and the volunteers, of course. Thank you very much for your attendance today. Mr Mayor, I'm very interested in the spin-offs of the Caloundra Music Festival, and I'm probably going to seek a little bit more information on what Terry's just touched on there. You'll often hear me talk about the mum and dad businesses and how the money goes around from these events. I'm really excited to hear that there was a few mentioned there with the school program. My question is about some of the spin-offs. Can we elaborate a little bit more on that? I know that there's breweries there's local breweries, we've got the bus lines that were mentioned, the school program. What else does the Caloundra Music Festival highlight for the year for some of these little tiny mum and dad businesses or even the non-for-profits?
Thanks, Richie.
Morning, councillors. Through you, Mr Mayor. Thanks for the question, councillor. There's a graph in the report that sort of talks about the types of businesses that benefit from just our spending, just the spending on the event. But of course, that's only a small part of the economic benefit, the spending of the actual visitors to the coast. That also goes to local businesses, and that's not featured in any of the slides at this point in time. That's the $3-4 million a year that gets spent in the area. But just talking about the expenditure of the event itself, things like toilets and fences and security company we mentioned and the buses, the little guys that have set up businesses like Norton Music Factory down there in Caloundra, who's built a rehearsal studio for local artists to come in, and now he's looking at how he can support bands to do film clips and recordings and give them an opportunity to play. Malulabar Music, for instance, who sponsored the event last year, who have seen the local kids who play at the festival, who won competitions, now visiting the music shop, taking lessons and buying instruments, and we've got stories of artists that went there as kids and now they've come back and they're playing as headline artists, and that's something we're trying to push as we go along. Can some of these big name artists be from the Sunshine Coast? That's our goal, and we've got a couple of people in mind this year that might tick those boxes. We heard about the school, the primary school that provide camping. They've raised tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars over the years that they've air-conditioned their school. All the charities and community groups that participate, they get tickets, they do raffles, and they get involved in the festival. I hope that's a sort of...
Yeah, it does. Before you lead through the Mayor, if I can, I've just got another one. And the other side of that is the question is about community benefit. We've talked a little bit about the economic benefit, but the community benefit, can you explain to me what the volunteer hours might add up to, what it's worth to the community? Is there a value that we can wrap around that community, a dollar value that we can wrap around that community volunteerism?
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor, good question. And it's hard to put a number on those things, often hard to capture that in a graph. But yeah, the volunteers that have been part of this event for 15, 16 years, they deliver this festival, they own it, they're passionate about it, they drive it. We provide a framework as council, but we really don't do much ourselves. It's those guys, the volunteers and the businesses and the contractors and the local artists that actually drive what this festival looks like. They pick the artists, they design the site, they let us know when we do well, they let us know when we don't do so well. The value of music, hard to put a number on that. Music, we talk about mental health and well-being and connectedness and people coming together to celebrate. They're the things you can't capture with numbers, but I think particularly in the current climate, the concept of music contributing to the well-being of the community is something we can't measure.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Olsen. One more question, if I can, Mr Mayor. Can you remember what it was like before we had the Caloundra Music Festival? Like 15 years ago, we were crying out for an event like this. Were you around then? Were you part of the establishment of it? And can you explain to us how that sort of formulated and how it came about, how it came out of the ground?
Yes, thanks for the question. Through you, Mr Mayor. I do remember that time. I was a professional musician at the time myself, and I got a job at the council and went to meet the Mayor and the CEO of Caloundra Council at the time, and they said they wanted a music festival for Caloundra, want something to put Caloundra on the map. And, you know, they had the vision that one day people would say they were coming to Caloundra. That would mean they were going to Caloundra Music Festival. I think we've reached that point. I think that is the thing now. And on the back of that, there's a whole range of new events and festivals that are cropping up here. Venues that have opened, and that's so crucial that we have, you know, a mass of cultural activities, not just the Caloundra Music Festival, that's one thing, but if we can get a range of festivals and events across the region and across the year and complementing local venues and whatnot, I think we've played a role in kicking that along and certainly supporting the grassroots industry.
Yeah. Thank you very much, and I reserve and retain my right to speak to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Prey. Councillor Babarowski.
Just a question, if I may. And probably Richie might be the best person to talk about this. Look, I think, again, you really nailed the original intent of this was to put Caloundra on the map. It was about destinational branding, giving people reasons to come to Caloundra, largely from a catchment, including Brisbane, and you needed to do that with some strong branded entertainment. So that's been our strategy, and I think most people would appreciate that. That is a reasonable approach, and it's been reasonably successful. With the arts portfolio I had on, I just wanted to know whether we had also got a very strong commitment to local talent development, and you made a point of just saying that you would love to see some of the local talent being a headline act. So after 15 years, what more can we do to ensure that that is achieved? Because, and you can challenge me if I'm wrong, but if I look at the money that we've paid to local artists, and there was 30 of them, it's a good number, but out of 70, and there was 36,000 paid to local artists, about $1,200 if you just distribute it. It's probably not equal, but let's just for the sake of the exercise, in comparison to a budget of 678,000, which tells you that they're not the headline acts or even close to it. So what more can we do to make sure that we've achieved to some extent the branding, you know, put Caloundra on the map, and that's job well done. How can we use this mechanism better to really make sure that we're developing our local talent to the standards where we can be exporting them as headline acts elsewhere?
Excellent question. Through you, Mr Mayor. You know, I think it comes down to the range of opportunities that we can provide artists, not just at Caloundra Music Festival, but across the board in our local venues, in our local theatres. The more experience they get, the more we support them. And it's a tough time. Like it's such a tough time at the moment for the music industry, venues closing down, festivals shutting down. Peter Noble, who runs the Blues Fest at the moment, he's talking about it. People need to buy tickets, and if they don't, these things are going to shut down. This is one thing we're doing, is supporting Caloundra Music Festival. How can we expand the benefits that we provide across the year, across the region, across more of the performers? We're definitely racking our brains of how we can partner with some of these local industries to improve the benefits and to build an industry around it, and that includes supporting these local artists. We've got some in mind. There's a few artists we're targeting who are locals that we hope we can bring back as headline acts. If we can get them across the line, that'd be really exciting. You know, Friday night is the local night. You make a good point. We only spent $36,000 on local bands last year. Well, at least we did that. If we're a commercial operation, we might say, well, they're not selling any tickets. We only get the big name acts that sell tickets. That's part of our mission, is to support the local acts, give them an opportunity, help them perform on the biggest stage, to help them to make connections. And I think we're getting there.
Thank you, Councillor Babarowski. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Through the Mayor, I have a question to begin with, and probably to Greg Laverty. Just following on the question that Councillor Babarowski posed and the answer that Richie Oz gave, which was supporting local acts in local venues across the region. How does Council currently support local acts across local venues?
Sorry, across
How does Council support local artists in local venues across the region?
Through you, Mr Mayor. So part of that answer would be, say, things like the Horizon Festival, which is spread out across a whole range of venues. While it might not specifically be in venues, but programs like the Refinery, which is a creative incubator, we develop the talent and hopefully give them some opportunities. We have had some conversations with some of the venue operators to try and almost have a similar umbrella to Horizon by having festivals right across the coast. Their indication has been it is all about money, and if we want to put artists in their venues, we will have to pay for it. So at the moment, we don't go out and specifically put artists in venues, but we do support them through things like the Horizon Festival.
CEO's got a comment to add.
Thanks. Through you, Mr Mayor. Just if I can add to Greg's answer there, one of the things that Council has been doing a lot in the last couple of years since I've been here is when we do our activation, particularly of things like the Nambour forecourt, and even events within Council where we've had our employee events, we have made it our business to make sure that we have local artists there as well. So that's just another avenue that we contribute to paying and making sure our local artists are supported at various events that Council hosts.
Sure. Do you mind if Councillor Babarowski?
Sure. Go.
Look, I just think it's important because we did earlier on in the corporate plan and the achievements in the quarter talk about RADAF. Our Regional Arts Development Fund has been running now for probably 20 years. And if you looked at the history of grants that have been successful in the RADAF program, a very large or substantial proportion would be music and giving people either support through studios, through mentors, through putting out an EP, through doing all sorts of professional development activities funded through the RADAF program. So that's definitely a way. It's not directly putting them in the venue, but it's getting them to the standard where they could be performing publicly.
Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you. And just, I suppose, to follow on from that, thank you for reminding me of the RADAF funding. I know a couple of artists in Division 9 have been taking advantage of those enhancement and growth projects that it provides. And I do note that at our council events we do host local acts, and that's, you know, a fantastic thing. But outside of council's events, do we ever invest any funding to support local artists in local venues across the region?
Through Mr Mayor. So in answering that question very directly, I can't think of any times where we would pay artists to play in venues. Again, if we we have some events at the Holiday Inn or other places, and again, they're our events, we would do that. But outside of our events, I actually can't think of anywhere we would directly, and it would be challenging to work out whose venue we actually supported artists to go in. That would cause some problems and some angst, I would suspect.
Okay. Thank you. I might move an amended motion, if I may, Mr Mayor. If the team could put that up on the board. The amendment that I'd like to make is that Council receive and note the report titled Caloundra Music Festival, that we refer an operational budget of $275,000 for the Caloundra Music Festival to the annual budget process for Council's consideration for the financial year 23-24, to seek funding for the Caloundra Music Festival in 24-25 and 25-26 from sources other than general revenue, including but not limited to Caloundra Central Business District Parking Fund. And finally, request the Chief Executive Officer to review the delivery model for the Caloundra Music Festival for 2025 onwards, including an expression of interest process for the delivery of the festival by an entity other than Council, and report the findings of this review to Council by no later than December 2024.
Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Cox, thank you. In your hands, Councillor.
Thank you. Through the Chair, I have put forward this amendment to the motion for 3 key reasons. Firstly, we were promised a review of the Caloundra Music Festival to be completed in the first quarter of 2022, and as Greg Laverty explained, COVID didn't really make that final year worthy of conducting a review. However, we did have many years prior to that we could have looked at. Secondly, Council has never adequately explored alternative delivery models or tested the market, including whether or not another stakeholder could take over the delivery of the CMF. And thirdly, in an increasingly difficult financial environment, it is more important than ever that Council demonstrates fiscal responsibility. So the intent of this amendment is not to prevent the Caloundra Music Festival from occurring over the next 3 years, which was the intent of the original motion. Really, I'm just trying to look at the revenue sources for the festival and to ensure that a review occurs, and that review is complete by including expressions of interest to see whether or not Council is the best entity to deliver it. Firstly, the review will answer the questions that I've posed at Council workshops and at other meetings, particularly the National Competition Policy ordinary meetings, and basically about what the festival was originally set up to do. And Richie mentioned that it's a historic event that we as an amalgamated council inherited. So it was set up by Caloundra City Council. In previous conversations, when I asked, when that was explained to me, it was because there was a gap in the market, that there wasn't a family-friendly event here on the Sunshine Coast, and we wanted to present the region as a place where music festivals would be attractive to be held. So my question is, what did it originally set out to do, and did it achieve that purpose? I'd say that the answers to those are yes. We've heard about all the other benefits that this music festival brings to the region, and particularly to Caloundra, and I can't dispute those. They're obvious. We all recognise it. But why is Council continuing to be the entity to deliver this festival? The review would also help to explore alternative delivery models, so Council as a whole can make the decisions about whether Council is the best entity, to identify whether or not other stakeholders are even interested. I know there has been talk about discussions that were had, but let's put it to bed once and for all. People out in the community are saying they could run it. Well, you know, this is our opportunity to let them show their hand if they can or if they can't. Is the current format able to be sustained by Council into the future? Should the event remain as it is? And should we review if the CMF is still the best way of promoting our entire region, supporting local artists, local Sunshine Coast artists, and providing region-wide benefits to schools, community groups, vendors and businesses? When I read the reports, there's no doubt that it provides benefits, but without a robust review, we cannot isolate the word local. Is it local to Caloundra or is it local to the entire region? And thirdly, the financial considerations must be taken into account when reviewing the CMF. We keep being told it's not about the finances, it's all about the benefits. And that's great if we have an endless bucket of money, but we don't. I'm more than happy to support funding that goes towards supporting the local music industry, especially knowing the pressures that they are under. What I don't support is endorsing $270,000 per year over 3 years with no accountability for overspends, which are then covered through general revenue, which impacts other areas of council or our bottom line. The returns on investment on the current model are unpredictable and risky. Council could investigate the opportunity to invest the same amount of funding for either another entity to deliver Caloundra Music Festival with the same benefits, and how that might reduce the risk to Council's bottom line. And that's actually written in the Earth Check recommendation number 14, which is page 103 of the report. Yes, please, Mr. Mayor.
That's carried unanimously. Carry on.
Thank you. I put forward this motion with the intent of providing ratepayer funding for 1 year to allow time to begin, for work to begin for a review and an EOI process. I suggest seeking alternative funding for the following 2 years, which gives Council time to complete the review, gain an understanding of whether or not there is an appetite for external stakeholders to deliver the festival, and reduce the risk to Council's bottom line. I've added the expression of interest process to ensure that this is included as an explored option within the review. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Cox.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and through you, probably just got a couple of questions in relation to the amendment moved by Councillor Suarez, and I think maybe the officers might be best placed to answer these. But the first is the risk associated with item B up there, that it's only for 1 year, the 23-24 financial year, and then the latter years, in 24 to 26, we seek those additional sources. So just from, I mean, it was a long time ago that I did event management in uni 30 years ago, but I would have thought from a risk perspective, not having that certainty for those future years would be a real inhibitor to attract acts. So could I get a bit of a response, if I can, to, hopefully that question made sense, by the way. But yeah, I'm just concerned about the risk aspect there, reputationally, and trying to get headline acts and international acts if we've only got this for 1 year.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I think the key word for me that you used was certainty, and my concern would be about the uncertainty that that proposal provides to the festival. It makes it very difficult to plan beyond October this year, and the idea of having funding for the second year in particular, it allows us to continue in parallel the review work that was proposed in the original, what was C in the recommendation, but certainly that will provide considerable uncertainty for the festival itself, and will probably send some messages of uncertainty to the broader industry as well.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Laverty, because that's how I interpreted. Obviously, earlier this year, I think it was earlier this year, could have been the end of last year, we had the same discussion around the horizon and the uncertainty created for these events by not having that ongoing funding over multiple years. So that's where I was coming from with that. But I just wanted to touch on something you mentioned in your earlier opening, was that we're actually going to have a pretty thorough review of this event by the end of 2024. Is that the case?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, great. Because, councillors, I think I'm prepared to see this great event. It's had a 15-year lifespan, and certainly is one of the premier events for the local music industry here on the Sunshine Coast. So I'm prepared to sit out and wait that time to see what the in-depth review by the end of next year holds. It certainly gives that, it gives me and obviously the organisers that security in knowing that they can plan for those additional years.
You're speaking to...
Yeah, I am speaking to Mr Mayor now. I just think, councillors, that, look, I certainly understand where Councillor Suarez is coming from with trying to not rely on the ratepayers continually funding this thing and looking for those alternative revenue options. But for me, we've been supportive of a lot of major events, and whilst this isn't a major event through our events board, it is of a similar sort of, I put it in a similar sort of box. And I'm just not too sure that I can sort of support what is being proposed here today based on the understanding of the report that and the original officer's recommendation that was put forth. So that's me speaking to the amendment, Mr Mayor, and I'll, if this is unsuccessful, I'm happy to support the original motion.
Thank you. Councillor Landsberg.
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor, and I'll obviously won't be supporting this amendment. Obviously, my reasons are are exactly what this does to the future of the festival, especially for the scheduling and the actual opportunity to book future events. And we've seen what's happened in the last couple of years where international acts haven't been able to travel into Australia. It's been reliant on a headliner act, which has severely impacted ticket sales. And to put that doubt in regards to seek funding further for obviously 24, 25 to up to 26, one of the things that hit home to me at the festival last year was, will we be running next year? And this was the discussion around walking around a festival, having contractors and artists and volunteers and general members of the public coming up, oh, are we coming back next year? I hear we may not be coming back. Well, look, I don't think this is a time to actually start pulling apart the festival right now at this time, at this stage of where we are at the moment after the last 2 years. The other thing that concerns me is requesting revenue out of the Caloundra Parking Fund. Now, that parking fund has contributed incredibly to some wonderful projects within the Caloundra CBD. It would not fit the policy in regards to what those funds could be used for. We would have to go back to the business community and ask them about actually using funds that is generated by the parking fund outside the CBD, and that really greatly concerns me. But moving forward, the wording of the original motion obviously talks about council undergoing a review, and I'm sure it'll be very in-depth and we'll work hard. It's about delivering the best outcome, and the comment about the entire region, this event does contribute to the entire region. There's no doubt about it. The figures show that, and that's undoubt. And just quickly about the Code of Competitive Conduct and the reasons that obviously that we didn't apply that to this festival is private sector organisers of large-scale festivals would generally not be interested in delivering this type of cultural and community service festival events that are run by council, namely the Caloundra Music Festival and the Horizon Festival. It is therefore arguable that the festivals do not directly compete with the type of festivals that would normally be conducted by the private sector. Council is providing festivals, some of which are free or below cost of delivery. This pricing has been established to reflect social objectives, such as enabling a diverse range of ages and diversities to attend, promoting local talent, generating economic activity and encouraging tourism. I think that says it all. And we have to make a decision as a council of what type of events that we're getting the best bang for buck. And I'd like to, I'll leave it at that. Obviously, I'd like to, we'll see how the vote goes with this one, but no, I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Councillor Babarowski.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. A couple of questions to Councillor Suarez, if I may. I'm trying to get my head around the relationship of C to D. If D, as part of maybe you might describe what you think the intent of what's been described as a thorough and deep review of the delivery model, which is a part of the original motion, why you think your amendment to D is different intent. And it seems to me that it includes this expression of interest for the delivery. If you accept that is going to be significant in the delivery model, a change to it, maybe even quite radical as a new structure, how would you be able to seek funding for something you don't know the shape of yet? So C seems to be dependent on D, but you don't know the outcomes of D yet. So how do you deliver C?
Council have never formally gone out and tested the market to see whether there's an external entity that could deliver the festival. That is what I'm asking to be included in the review, to have those discussions with the industry. If we don't include that expression of interest, this is my concern, that the review will just continue to be, as it was here, just continual business cases. This is the Caloundra Music Festival, this is how we continue to make it better. We are not looking outside of council being the delivery partner for this festival. And that's why I want to include it. So it's not, I don't feel it's sabotaging the funding at all. We can do the expression of interest review, and if the report comes back to council in December, that can help us inform finances for 25-26.
Okay, perhaps I could ask a question to the CEO. What do you see as the intent, the scope and intent, if you could give it a shot, of the review of the delivery model? What is the scope and extent of that in your view, or how would you brief the staff on such a review of the delivery model? Does it achieve this thorough and deep review?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure that I'm able to answer that at this stage. I've only just seen this amendment right now, and I can understand that the councillor is asking for a test of the procurement model, which is how I understand it, that we would normally put out an expression of interest if we were seeking to understand the market's ability to respond to some form of procurement that council might undertake. I imagine that would still involve some kind of council funding to some degree, because we usually put out an expression of interest to something that we are actually going to assist with or procure on behalf of council. That's the way I'm reading that at the moment. And apologies, I haven't had a chance to really have a think about that more broadly. Happy to come back and talk at a later stage about that in workshops and the like, should decisions get made.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If I hadn't answered it.
Okay, please stand.
Sure.
Thank you. Maybe just to clarify a little further in where this has come from as well. In the Earthcheck Caloundra Music Festival Business Plan, which is in the attachment, recommendation 14, which has a paragraph underneath it, essentially says continue to direct delivery by council as the most appropriate short-term governance mechanism. So it suits the requirements of the event, but there is commercial potential by delivery mechanisms outside direct council control. The importance of retention of a community component indicates that delivery is most appropriately retained in-house during the next years of festival operation. Even if a delivery via a controlled arm's length entity is perhaps the optimal means of delivery in the medium term, it is likely that council would continue to need to underwrite or invest in the delivery of the community outcomes. And then recommendation 15 is investigating arm's length delivery of the festival as the preferred medium-term governance solution, and it goes into that medium terms thing. So yes, the CEO is correct. The intent is, the original motion says council give out of ratepayer funding or general funds $275,000 every year to the Caloundra Music Festival. If the Caloundra Music Festival has overspends, that comes out of our general revenue every year. We could use $275,000 for someone else, an arm's length entity, an external entity, to deliver the festival and take away that risk of the overspends. So I'm just looking at the finances, with reducing our risk.
Okay, you're done, councillor.
At the moment, thanks.
Let me go to councillor O'Prey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Questions again. C, I think and appreciate that Councillor Maria is a glass full kind of girl, glass half full kind of girl. She's written this in a very positive manner. With the devil's advocate, I'd like to know what happens if funding is not achieved for the 24-25 and the 25-26 because of the line there that says, other than general revenue, if we do not get funding through the Caloundra Central Business District Park, which Councillor Landsberger said is not possible, so therefore there's another branch off that. We'll have to look at policy rearranging and policy changes and potential policy on the run. I think my question is, what if we don't get the funding outside of council's general revenue? Is that the end of it? If there's no funding, we can't put the event on, right? So if we can't use the Caloundra Central Business District Parking Fund and we can't get private enterprise to get on board, is that the end of CMF? If this gets up today?
Councillor Suarez.
It says to seek funding for the Caloundra Music Festival in 24-25, 25-26 from sources other than general revenue, including but not limited to the Caloundra Central Business District Parking Fund. Now, I know Councillor Landsberg said it's not possible. It's actually not impossible. We can change the policy. You can talk to the Caloundra community to see whether or not we can use those funds for Caloundra. The reports or the review has not conclusively shown that the benefits are seen across the region. My gut feel is that the benefits will be primarily felt around Caloundra and the surrounding suburbs. If that is the case, then it's an appropriate fund because Division 2 is in a position that no other division is in, where the parking fees are collected and are able to be spent solely within that division. So if a review shows that the benefits are primarily found or felt in the Caloundra area, it is an appropriate use of that parking fund for that purpose.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Natali.
Oh, Mr Mayor.
Oh, sorry, you're still going, Councillor. My apologies.
I'd like some further advice from the CEO, or Greg Laverty, please. The way I read that, is that if we are seeking funding from sources other than general revenue, I would like to know that if we don't get funding from the Caloundra Central Business District Parking Fund and or commercial investment, does that mean there will be no funds from revenue from the general fund from the council? And where does that stand for CMF? I'd like a really clear answer on that, because if this gets up today, I feel that's under risk.
Through Mr Mayor, I can't give you a clear answer because I'm unclear what that said. I've only seen this when it was brought up on the screen. It could be interpreted in a number of ways. If we seek funding, that's all we have to do is seek it. If we're successful, then it doesn't matter. If we're unsuccessful, it doesn't matter. So to me, I'm sorry, I can't give you a definitive answer.
Thank you, Mr Valerdi, but for me, I read it as other than general revenue. So the conversation I've heard is it's about trying to get the commercial operators involved. Let's get into the Caloundra city car parking. Let's try and not use the ratepayer dollar. So, Madam CEO, I'd really like some support on this because I think my councillor colleagues would like to know what happens to the CMF if this gets up today.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Lots of difficult questions today, councillors. In trying to understand how this might work for council, we would have to set some kind of cut-off date that if by that date we didn't receive funding, if we'd sought but we hadn't received it, we would have to bring something back to council as part of a budget review process, I imagine, to seek your interest and whether there was any further commitment if we hadn't been able to seek that. I imagine that would be a cut-off date. I don't know what that cut-off date looks like because these things have a lead time in them in terms of bringing the acts together and how they get to produce. It wouldn't surprise me if we do this years in advance. And the other thing that would be on my mind in terms of that uncertain funding stream year by year would be whether the very good staff that we have who pour their hearts and souls into this every year continue to live on the edge of that uncertainty each year in waiting for council to make that decision. That's probably the best I can offer at this point in time.
Mr Mayor, we don't often not get an answer to a question like that because that's absolutely fundamental in my decision-making process and probably everyone else at this table. We haven't got a direct answer from Greg or the CEO on where the Caloundra Music Festival will sit financially in 24, 25 or 25, 26 if money can't come out of the general fund, general parking fund, or a commercial operator gets on board. How do we vote on this? Is this something that needs to lay on the table and seek more information? Because that's a pretty critical point.
Well, I think you've perhaps got to make or draw some commercial conclusions yourself as to what might be possible. There's obviously two options of funding. One is the Central Business District Parking Fund, which Councillor Landsberg has indicated wouldn't be available. And I guess you're saying that because the Central Business District doesn't include the Kings Beach precinct. And, you know, the efforts around attracting other general sponsorship, which I think have been sought in the past unsuccessfully, would be another consideration. I might let some of your colleagues have a say. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question. Is this year's event funded or committed to be funded through a council resolution at this stage?
The 2023 event, no, it's not entirely funded. So there's funding up until the 30th of June, and obviously we're reliant on additional funding in the current year's budget that would allow us to proceed. So if there was an indication today there's still uncertainty, the range of procurement activities that actually need to happen, well, they needed to happen yesterday, but they need to happen tomorrow.
Yep.
And the same with sourcing artists for the event as well.
So just to understand the timelines, here we are in February, leaning towards October, you know, there wouldn't have been any certainty, I suppose, knowing that we've only funded this so far till the end of this year, so end of this financial year. So the issue really is not so much about the risks, is that giving certainty is one thing, and by tidying this up, we could probably achieve that. And I probably had the same concerns as what Councillor Pratt, that the wording can be interpreted in such a way that I think it could almost exclude general revenue. So if maybe you think about putting attempt to seek funding, opens up that opportunity to look at alternative funding without necessarily being locked into not accepting general revenue. Because I think...
We can't amend an amendment.
No, I understand. I'm just suggesting that an additional wording could be that could solve that problem. I support Councillor Marie's attempt to try and get and look at a different model. Whether we can achieve it or not, I don't know. But if we don't go down that path, we'll never know. But I also want to deliver certainty in that it doesn't necessarily do that unless we are prepared to fund it, irrespective of whether we can get additional sources of revenue or not. I think we need to be able to at least give that type of certainty, because if we fund it for this year and the review is not till December 24, we still haven't resolved that issue of whether we can or can't find a new model for this. And I'd like to think that we could get to that beyond that 24, get that certainty, have that review, come back, we can make a decision. We could either make the decision to continue the pathway, or if there is a model that offers us a new opportunity, but at least everybody then knows that we are committed to the Caloundra Museum. I'd hate to think that we want to go through a review but not provide the certainty. I think that would be really quite difficult to do that to the people that have been involved with this event. And I did also receive those letters, and I think it was helpful for me because the report gives you one dimension, having it come from the school and from other organisations. I think it gives you a different perspective as well. So I certainly want to be able to explore this, but I also want to provide that certainty. So at this stage, the way it's worded at the moment, it's probably something I can't support, but I really want to find a mechanism that we can.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Go to Councillor Hungerford.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to congratulate Maria for bringing this forward, because what she's trying to do is take the pressure off the ratepayers. And we're just starting a budget deliberation where we've got a lot of headwinds. Our core result this year has had, with inflation, is an extra 4.8 million. That's got to be come up with for next year, because that core costs, increase in costs are still there. We may even have more yet going into the year. This had $250,000 for 3 years. Now it's going an extra $25,000 a year. That brings it to $825,000 over the next 3 years. Every dollar extra we spend is another dollar we've got to raise in rates. Maria's trying to look at, can we look at other ways of reducing that exposure to take the pressure off the ratepayer, and I think that's very admirable. How we get there is another point, and I think we need further work on this, going through the year, regardless of what happens here today, to press that point. And I'd like to see Maria keep pressing that point to see whether we can get better efficiencies out of this. What disappoints me is tourism and events. 225,000, only 75,000 a year, and that doesn't seem to be going up. The council has to keep putting it up all the time to make ends meet. And that seems to be a pattern. So I'll be supporting this today for the prospect of, Maria's flagged it today, but I think in our future things on this one here, we need to look down this path. Even if, indeed, it's not someone else totally running it, but someone that can partner with us to take some of that pressure off. Let's always look for where we can reduce the impact on our ratepayers and a budget bottom line to help deliver things, but do it reasonably and not just have them expecting it to go up all the time and just meet the gap. And like Maria's saying, if it does have an overspend, then that comes back into our general revenue. That's an extra hit on budget on top of the 275,000. So I think, congratulate you for bringing this forward. And look, I think it's something we need to look at in the future, but I will support this in the attempt to force us looking at other ways of doing things rather than just business as usual and just keep increasing what the ratepayers are paying. So on that basis, I'll support this motion. I'm supportive of the music festival. It's a matter of how we get the greatest efficiency. How do we get that cost control into the future? And that's where I'm coming from. Because every dollar less that we have to lay out, it's another dollar less the ratepayers have to come up with. And the climate we're in at the moment, and people struggling out there, I think we owe a duty on all these things to look at the efficiencies and how we can get costings down. So I'll support this today.
You're next, but before you go, with your permission, Michael Costello has joined us to explain what might be possible insofar as the parking fund is concerned. Michael, thank you. You happy for Michael to go first?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Unsure of the previous conversation, but if we're just talking about the parking fund as itself, I believe it was a council resolution of a number of years ago, and if this was to proceed, then that would overcome that resolution. There's about 400,000 thereabouts that flows into the parking fund per annum. The current balance, I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Okay, so can it be used for the purpose that's being expressed in the amendment?
I'd have to go back and check on the oh, sorry, Greg. Yeah.
Through you, I'll answer it. So the key point is that there is a protocol for dealing with the funds. A council resolution will override that. A council resolution will do that. Secondly, the protocol is going to be reviewed anyway. So the council resolution, it wouldn't matter what the protocol said, the council resolution would override it.
Okay, thank you. You're clear, Councillor O'Prey? Rightio. Go to Councillor Law.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, a question first of all. Councillor Maria mentioned that it has never been tested to take the operation of the festival to an alternate operator, funding model, etc. Can you just clarify that that's correct?
Through you, Mr Mayor, there's been no formal procurement process, as the CEO mentioned. So no formal process has been, anecdotal conversations. There's commentary in this report, and another report was done by the Caloundra Chamber. But the intent in reviewing the delivery model did that, but we were deliberately not as prescriptive as that because an expression of interest may not be the way that it is done. So that's why the original C wasn't as prescriptive as forcing an expression of interest process. It would be a procurement process.
Okay, thank you. I think if I can follow from Councillor Jason's comments around what does that mean, I think for my certainty and clarity, I will take Part C to mean, because I can't take any other meaning, that Caloundra Music Festival won't be funded in 24-25 unless by other means. So that places a considerable risk on the festival. Other than the funding component of that, I'm generally in agreement of examining very, very carefully how Caloundra Music Festival goes into the future to achieve its goals. But I'm afraid I can't support the amendment because I can't support Caloundra Music Festival not continuing for this three-year period. In 2021, when it was near impossible to run a music event of this scale, they actually had their most successful year. And if I'm correct, of the funding available required only $9,000 or so of the available funding. 2022 reminded me of 2010. 2010 was an incredible Caloundra Music Festival. Friday night was Powderfinger, and I believe it sold out instantly as soon as tickets went on sale. And also over the weekend, another significant Australian headline act, Paul Kelly, also performed. And he ended up playing, because basically the rest of the festival was washed out, he played in the hotel at the top of King's Beach. So Saturday, 2022, reminded me of that year, because on Saturday at the festival, it was incredibly wet, it was freezing cold, but the festival did go on. I think the Sunday was a lot better, but I'd been washed out by then, unfortunately. But this is not the time to take any money out of the music industry by anybody who's got money available to help the music industry. The 2 years, 3 years of COVID has decimated the industry. And one of the things that I believe is overlooked is the funding that has been available for the music sector in the past. From around 2010 to 2020, taxpayer-funded contributions to the music and creative arts sector was stripped away year after year, to the point where our federal government didn't even have a minister for the arts. So not only was the music sector dealing with that, 10 years removal of funding at a national level, then it had COVID to deal with. So it really wouldn't matter what we were doing, whichever festival or event or thing that we were doing. I cannot support removing funding and increasing risk in the music sector at the moment. My conscience won't allow me. And you mentioned yourself that it's unpredictable and it's risky. Oh goodness, yes it is. And yes, it always has been. So I can't support the amendment, sorry, but I support the intent of what we want to achieve in the next 3 years to figure out exactly what is Caloundra Music Festival for the future of the Sunshine Coast. How do we get it to positively impact the whole of the coast? How do we get more kids to be performing on the main stage, as my kids did from 2010 to 2014 in the Sunshine Coast All-Stars Band? And the Sunshine Coast All-Stars, that was a bunch of kids from all over the Sunshine Coast who had their first experiences on a main stage at a major festival, performing in front of a crowd. And for a couple of years there, I think they actually opened the festival on the Friday. And the biggest complaint I had at that time, you were flat out getting in through the gate to actually see the performance, because there was some getting through the gate issues. And I'm sure that, well, I know that's been resolved. So we've got to find better ways of delivering the festival, but it's had some firsts. It will continue to have firsts. I think we've got to look at how much international, do we need any international acts? When you think about 2010, are we supporting local people? The drummer of Powderfinger's from Nambour. Now, the Caloundra Music Festival didn't create Powderfinger's career, but it was supporting people from the Sunshine Coast to come back and perform on the Sunshine Coast as a major international act. And he still lives in Nambour today, or nearby Nambour anyway. So can't support the amendment, sorry. Very, very passionate about music. This is a great version of a music event. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillor Babarowski.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to somewhat reluctantly speak against the amendment, largely because I think it isn't clear and is based on a number of assumptions, both in item C and D, or the amendments to, well, the addition of C and the amendment of D. You have to make some reasonably subjective assumptions in order to be confident that you know what you're voting on. So I don't feel confident, so I won't support the amendment. But I do, again, like everybody said, obviously even in some of the questions I asked earlier on about the development of local talent, we do want to see this festival develop more than as a mechanism to put Caloundra on the map, which we would generally agree it's done very well. And this is not time to actually put 15 years worth of investment into building a brand that is successfully putting Caloundra on the map at risk or with a degree of uncertainty about the next 2-3 years. So I don't think we can do that, but I do think I have a lot of confidence in the original recommendation, which says that we will request the Chief Executive Officer to review the delivery model. Now, I appreciated that you were honest in saying, look, I can't give you the direct specifications of the scope and intent of that review, but I suspect that I'm hearing today you've made already some calibrations about, well, what will that review intend to be about? So I'm confident that I think we can achieve a lot of what we're hoping to achieve in the review process without introducing the uncertainty. And just as way of an anecdote, as I was driving in yesterday, I think it was, I was listening to an interview with a band from the Blues at Broadbeach, which is a Gold Coast festival, been going 22 years, is delivered by a major events Gold Coast, which is basically the Gold Coast Council mechanism. And I just looked at their financial report for the last year. They put the Gold Coast Council not into that one event, but into that mechanism, 11.8 million. They deliver the Blues at Broadbeach largely free because they recognise the strategic intent is to get people to go to the Gold Coast. And they're prepared to basically mean that there's almost a no-ticket barrier, no ticket cost. And that's 50 artists across 10 stages, major headline bands. I'm sure that Richie could probably give us some detail if he really wanted to. I'm just framing the scope of our investment by a sort of a different destination, but I think it's got a similar sort of intent to it, which is really destination attraction and appeal, at the same time as developing your local talent. Now, the interview with that local talent was describing their career, which was profoundly affected from the interviewer. What I concluded from the interview rather, was that that particular musician and band had been profoundly affected by the 22 years of involvement in that festival. Being second, and he named one that the Peregian moment of their musical career was supporting a particular headline act. That was pivotal to their sense of achievement in their musical career. So I sort of recognised to some extent what you were saying earlier on. I still, assuming we go back to that whether this is supported or whether the original is supported, I still think we need to have a much higher commitment and a much clearer strategy on how we're going to develop our talent, terribly complex as it is, to the standard of headline acts, so that we can export talent from our area to be headline acts. We're the size of a small country. We should have that degree of ambition. But having said that, I can't support this amendment. I don't think it gives us enough clarity or certainty for an event that we've now built over 15 years and need to be steady and committed to for at least another 3.
Thank you, Councillor Babrowski. Councillor Dixon.
I think I'm the only one who hasn't spoken, but no need to double up on debate. I'm just a +1 on what Councillor Law said. I think he articulated things extremely well. The second point was that I appreciate Councillor Maria has been on this journey for a long time. In fact, correct me if I'm wrong, but it may have actually been an election issue or commitment that you had raised at the time. I had thought you've been on that journey for a while, so thank you for being consistent. But actually, Richie Isles, really impressed with the answers that you gave to questions. In fact, I think you've reinvigorated my support for the CMF. I can just see how passionate you are and the fact that you've been involved for such a long time. So I appreciate that, and just to thank the volunteers as well. So I won't be supporting this amendment. I'll support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. I think we're back to you, Councillor Maria, to wrap up.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. I really have appreciated the debate and the questions that have come out from the other councillors, and I actually feel quite supported in terms of the intent to have a really robust review. I know a number of you have spoken against the amendment, but a lot of it has been around the funding for the outer years. And I know Councillor Natoli, he kind of summed it up, which is what I was going to mention now. The funding is not secured for this year. We have to vote on that for this year. You know, there's no funding for October this year. So in terms of the uncertainty, we're in that state constantly every time the 3 years comes up. In terms of funding for the outer years, Councillor Greg Laverty, sorry, I promoted you to councillor. Is it a promotion or a demotion? We could use a council resolution to use the Caloundra Parking Fund, and I know Michael didn't have the figures on him, but I do have some figures that were given to me in December. So the Caloundra CBD Financial Performance Report shows quite a good funding source, actually. The revenue from parking in 2021 was $591,000 with expenditure of $330,000, which gives a surplus of $260,000. The following year, the surplus was $240,000, and then for this year, this financial year, which is just 1 quarter up until September, the surplus is currently sitting at $72,000. After that surplus, it funds Downtown Caloundra Task Force events. The expenditure in 2021 was $136,000, leaving a grand total surplus of $124,000. In 21-22, the expenses were $166,000, leaving a grand total surplus of $74,000. And so far in the 3 months of this financial year, the expenses have been $55,000, leaving a surplus of $16,000. Now, what happens with those grand total surpluses is they accumulate. So the closing balance for the Caloundra Parking Fund as of September of this financial year, so September 22, is $378,843. So from those surplus funds, that could adequately fund the Caloundra Music Festival in 24-25. The other sources of funding, of revenue that I was considering was, yes, we could partner with a private stakeholder, or we could look for additional grant funding. I know Tourism Queensland have supplied some funding to this program. We could seek more. It's similar to our roads. We keep funding and funding and funding. Why don't we get Tourism Queensland to help support this event if it's, you know, so good? Anyway, and it is good. I do agree that it is a great event. So in summary, Caloundra Music Festival is a victim of its own success, in my opinion. People love it. It does provide benefits, anecdotally to the region, but most likely to Caloundra and surrounds. Future funding is trending towards continual additional losses. It is time for a robust and honest review of the intended benefits to the community, to artists, to suppliers and to residents. And it is a great event and we shouldn't be afraid to review it. What's to be worried about to have a proper, honest review? I felt that the motion was a fair compromise. I felt that it supported the CMF going forward over the next 3 years, and it ensured the review and analysis of delivery of the intended goals associated with the event was undertaken. I still look for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillors will put the amendment to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Hungerford and Councillor Suarez. Those opposed? Councillor Babarowski, Landsberg, Cox, Natoli, Dixon, O'Prey, Law and Jamieson. So no, Winston's had to leave us, he's not well. So we'll go back to the original officer recommendation, which of course was moved by Councillor Landsberg and seconded by Councillor O'Prey. Are there any further speakers to that motion? Councillor Cox.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and yes, I spoke against the amendment previously, so I'm looking forward to supporting the officer recommendation here today. We've heard earlier from the officers through their presentation that we've had 15 years of building the brand. We've heard Councillor Landsberg tell us that the industry is actually on its knees right at this very moment. They've endured a very tough 3 years. Night Quarter was one of the other premier providers of local music and entertainment, and that was based in Division 3, and they've closed. We all know the story there. This is the time that we need to be very supportive in giving this particular festival the security and the funding that it needs to deliver the outcomes. I note in the EarthCheck review, which was the attachment 2, where it talks about the event in its current format would not be delivered by the private sector without subsidy. The mix of community benefit, location, economic objectives requires public sector support. Without our investment, this would fail, no matter who delivers it. So keep that in mind when you come to vote on this particular item. We've heard about the economic benefits the last 2 years alone, $6 million back to the local economy. There's the beneficiaries of the community partnerships and the charities that receive all of those generous benefits from partnering with this event. The huge community support, the volunteers, thousands of them, they give up their time. If we were to put a dollar value on their hourly rate, it is vast, so vast. So I thank the volunteers for their continual support of this excellent program. We've heard about the sustainability initiatives that have been driven by the organisers. Just through the waste alone, driving those sustainability measures. There's a huge investment back into our local suppliers, the local artists and musicians that get benefit from being able to play. We heard earlier there was 30 of them across the entire region. Different divisions had different varying levels of support. But let's not take a back step. Let's keep fostering that local commitment. We've also spoken in these chambers at workshops about our commitment as a council to really support and foster cultural events. This here is a prime example of us demonstrating our commitment for the next 3 years of this cultural event. And I know it's been raised earlier about, ratepayer funds going into this. Well, yes, it does, but it provides all of those benefits which I've just listed. And I must admit, our council has an outstanding reputation for delivering sound and responsible financial management. And by supporting this, I think we are. We're being very responsible with ratepayer funds because of those ongoing benefits to our community. So councillors, I will be supporting this here today. I really want to give this CMF certainty for at least 3 years. As I said, as has been raised earlier, there's still uncertainty around this year's event, and I must admit, I would hate to be in Mr. Isles' position of trying to, in February, get a premier premier event delivered by October. I really hope we can do it. I know that we've got the right personnel, but councillors, we really need to vote in support of this here today.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Hungerford. Sorry, Councillor Natali was next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Mr. Laverty, do we provide every ticket holder free public transport to get to the event from our local government area?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do provide free shuttle service. So the limited parking, obviously, in the area. So we provide free shuttle parking at various car parks around the area, but we also provide some buses that do travel up the coast and down through the southern areas that drop off at Maroochy and whatnot. So there is an element of free public transport provided, yes.
I think we all talk about sustainability. We all talk about events and the difficult nature of here on the coast to get around our roads. And Caloundra is a difficult place to get in and out of the amount of traffic that is shrouded around Caloundra. But I'm just wondering that Brisbane City has an incredible strategy where if you are a ticket holder to any sporting event or any cultural event, you get free public transport. No questions asked. You get on a bus, you're there. And it works really well for them. I'm just wondering whether we could increase the participation to this event by being able to take that same strategy. If it works for Brisbane, I don't know why we don't apply that same principle here.
Thank you, Councillor Natali. Go to Councillor Hungerford.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I will support this, but as you know, each year when budget comes up for what we will do there, even though we passed this today, there's a commitment there, but I want to see us work on looking at other partnerships, other ways of offsetting the pressure on the ratepayer. It's in the actual document that we endeavour on those, and even if, like D on the previous thing, a partnership, someone else that wants to take it on, or a partnership. As Councillor Peter stated before, we'll always have to be there and put some contribution to it, but let's work towards reducing that impact on the ratepayer, always. And I want to see us do that progressively through the end, not just go back to business as usual and just increase what we pay all the time. Because the current model has us paying that in, plus if there's any shortfall, we automatically pick it up, or the ratepayers automatically pick it up. I want to see us close that gap if we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Landsberg, you want to ask a question?
Sorry.
Because if you speak, it'll be closing. Yep. So let me go to Councillor O'Prey first.
Mr. Mayor, and I'll take my opportunity to speak now, but I'll be very brief. Listen, I just wanted to say congratulations to the staff on 15 years of service to this event and to the volunteers. Extraordinary event. I look forward to the review. I love seeing things get reviewed to death. It's great. It's a wonderful opportunity for us to make things better. But what I'm really looking forward to, Greg, is the word or the term for events such as Caloundra Music Festival and other events that aren't major events, that aren't community events or arts events. We've got a few that are starting to come into the system now that are in the middle, and we don't have a package for them. We don't know what they're called, and this may well be falling into that category. So it's not a community event entirely, it's not a major event entirely, but it does fall in that middle bracket somehow, and I think we need to start looking at that. I'll be supporting this today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor O'Prey. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm speaking to the original motion and to some comments made by my fellow councillors. Councillor Cox highlighted that the Caloundra Music Festival wouldn't survive without government funding, and that's clear. We have other events around the Sunshine Coast who apply for funding and they're not granted it because it just doesn't pass our events strategy review. I don't believe you were in our workshop, Councillor Cox, when we were talking about the Caloundra Music Festival, and one of the questions that was asked was if the Caloundra Music Festival was its own entity and came to council and applied for grant funding, would it be given grant funding. I did ask that in additional information, but with a full review, they couldn't give me a conclusive decision. However, during the workshop, based on ROI alone, it would not have been funded by council. So it's a bit difficult when we're going out to the community who are trying to put on their own events and we're not supporting them, and then they're looking at the Caloundra Music Festival and trying to compare apples for apples. So with that, I think that I will definitely be keeping a close eye on the review of the delivery model, and I think I'll use the words that Councillor Hungerford used earlier in the earlier motion. We really do need to look for better efficiencies and cost control. And I'm a supporter of the Caloundra Music Festival, so I won't be voting against the motion, but I'll definitely be keeping a good eye on that review, and I will probably have some input as it goes on.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Law.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. I probably don't need to add anything to what I've already said. I just want to emphasise myself and emphasise everyone that for 10 years prior to COVID, 2010 to 2020, funding by the national government, the state governments, was ripped out of the music, art and creative sector. Then we had COVID. Now is not the time to not be funding, supporting and helping people involved in the music sector particularly, but all of the creative arts at the moment. We mustn't lose sight of that. I absolutely support a very rigorous review of CMF to make sure that what we create is able to do better than what you pulled out of the hat in 2021, in that it costs less than $10,000 to put on CMF. And anyone who gets that close to break even in 2021 deserves every accolade there is going. So Greg, Richie, the whole team who did that, you need to find out what was the magic there and do a lot more of it. It was a great event in utterly challenging times. And the other element that I haven't really heard spoken of today is that the Caloundra Music Festival started as a family-friendly event, a family-friendly festival. And aside from 2020, and aside from the very first one, I've attended that festival with my family, and I guarantee you, my 3 kids have learned how to go to a festival, how to behave at a festival, and what a significant major festival looks like. And the Caloundra Music Festival gave them the opportunity to be in a mosh pit when they were very young teenagers. And in fact, my youngest, because her sister and brother were teenagers, she was in the mosh pit at 10. So in terms of achieving a family-friendly festival, absolutely done that. And I got 3 young adults who serve testament to that. And I have no doubt that they can go to any festival anywhere in the world and they will know how to be safe and come home. That's because of CMF. That's powerful. And congratulations for everyone who's been involved for 15 years to make that happen. I've only been involved for a little bit on this side of the table, but as a local and as a huge music fan, it's incredible for what it has achieved for family friendly. I think you've got to be careful to make sure it stays that way. And I know we've had some very strong conversations about the amount of real estate at the festival that goes over to alcohol. So we've got to be careful there. And I know that you're aware of my views on that, and making sure we continue to be a truly family festival, because that is one of the major things that sets it apart from everything else. So in closing, I'm not closing, sorry, Councillor Terry, you're doing that. My final comment is we absolutely, and if through you, Madam CEO, please can we make sure that the review is not delayed, that we're not sitting here, whoever is here in February 25, wondering whether or not the festival will be funded. Can we make sure the reviews are not just on time but are early, and we really know what we're doing, so that there is certainty going forward for everybody involved? So I will be supporting this with the essence of what Councillor Ria has brought to the conversation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Law. I'll go to Councillor Landsberg now to close. Ask it by me.
Well, I could probably, sorry, Mr Mayor, I could probably ask a question and close at the same time. Just to Councillor Maria, are you aware of the Keeper project based in Coolum, public art? Are you aware that funding was actually taken out of the Caloundra Parking Fund to support that? That's okay. Well, thank you for your due diligence on the financials, but that did come up when we were looking through the financials in 2019, 2020, I believe. I know, and I asked that question, and maybe if Michael wanted to, did you want to speak to that, Michael, at all?
Perhaps we can deal with it separately.
Sorry.
Yep, I think you've made your point, but you want to close?
All right, sorry, my apologies. Look, thank you everyone for everyone's different opinions today. I think it's really reflective on the CMF and obviously the wonderful support that from around the room and around the region that it's had for many, many years. Look, just closing, I know obviously the Caloundra Parking Fund revenue is top of the comments today. Caloundra carries its weight in the parking fund, and I've been a supporter of paid parking, obviously, and it contributes to some wonderful initiatives down there as well. And I won't go on any further because obviously, financial decisions that we've seen have impacted divisions further north of us, which we are picking up the tab for as well. But look, I'd just like to thank everyone's comments today. I look forward, hopefully, to my fellow councillors supporting this officer's recommendation, and it's going to give that surety in scheduling in the team, especially the CMF team and the wonderful volunteers, that we can lock in the next 3 years, and we can obviously really deliver CMF as a family-friendly festival and many, many more good times ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. We'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, Greg and Richie and Andrew, for the presentation. We'll move to item 8.8, is the approvals for temporary homes. I'm going to invite Shana Jacobs to come and join us, give us a presentation. Welcome, Shana. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The purpose of today's report is to seek council approval to amend the fees and charges to include a reduced fee for applications relating to placing a temporary home on private property under the local law. The reduced fee would apply in circumstances where the applicant is experiencing housing stress, financial hardship, or other extraordinary circumstances. Before I discuss the fee proposal, I would like to provide some context and background for the local law approvals, when an approval is required, and why the local law is important for our community. A local law approval for a temporary home relates to those truly temporary options of housing. Options such as a tent, caravan, movable tiny house, demountable accommodation unit, or other options not requiring a building approval. It doesn't include options like living temporarily in a garage or shipping container. As soon as a building approval is required, the use of the space moves out of the local law and under the Building Act and planning schemes. The local law approval is only designed for temporary use. If a community member is looking for a long-term solution or secondary dwelling on their property, this might fill a gap while they construct something more permanent, but this is not a forever solution. The option has traditionally been used for cases where a property owner is living temporarily on site while their home is built, or for site caretakers monitoring a site to keep it safe. More recently, we have seen people accessing this option as a way to support each other when someone cannot access traditional housing for a variety of reasons. Approval is not required for short-term stays where the temporary home can be placed in the backyard and there is a plan for the proper disposal of waste products. We move into needing a permit when the home will be placed for a longer period or a person cannot meet the other conditions. The length of approval depends on the type of temporary home. So, for example, an approval for a tent may be issued for up to 3 months, a car may be issued for up to 6 months, and those types of temporary homes more designed for living, such as a bus, caravan, tiny home or mobile home, may be issued for up to 18 months. In some cases, approvals may be extended, but this would not usually occur more than once, as it begins to move the activity from temporary to indefinite. Each case is considered on its individual circumstances. Our compliance and enforcement policy allows us to take a compassionate and considered approach if someone is using a temporary home without an approval and it is brought to our attention by the community. Our first focus is to make sure everyone is safe. For example, if grey water or sewage isn't being disposed of properly, we work with the occupants to resolve that immediately before we look at any next steps. Then in general circumstances, when we plan next steps, we look at assessing the risk and impact in line with the relevant legislation and compliance and enforcement policy. Officers work with households to balance risk, the law, and each individual circumstance. In our experience, no case is the same. Each case needs individual consideration and approach. However, overall, in our experience, it is a much better outcome if we can find ways to support people where they have access to help and services. Council has received a number of representations requesting that the local law be repealed or suspended as a way to improve the accessibility of a temporary home. While we agree there are actions we can take to improve the access of approvals, council officers would not recommend repealing or suspending the local law. Firstly, any proposal to suspend or repeal the requirements in the local law for an approval of temporary homes would involve undertaking the local lawmaking process as set out in the Local Government Act. This option would not provide a timely response or approach to addressing the key concerns that are being raised with council in relation to the cost impacts of obtaining an approval when the applicant is experiencing housing stress. It should also be noted that the Local Government Act sets out that a local law or an amendment to a local law is made by the resolution of council. This is not a power that can be lawfully delegated to the Chief Executive Officer, and accordingly the Chief Executive Officer cannot lawfully suspend or repeal this component of the local law. In addition to this, the approval process looks at elements of safety and amenity which are key to protecting our community and helping neighbours balance a diversity of living situations. We don't want to knowingly put people at risk. For example, letting people set up in flood or bushfire areas could be catastrophic. We want to make sure people using the temporary homes are safe and they can access basic services such as toilets, bathrooms, kitchens and water. And this might be as simple as having an agreement with the occupant of the home to access the facilities inside. We want to make sure things are not being washed onto the ground or into the stormwater to create environmental risks. We want to make sure the property can cope with the additional people, particularly in cases with on-site sewage or limited water supply. We want to make sure the temporary home is fit for use, that our most vulnerable people are living safely. And we want to make sure we can minimise some of the amenity concerns and make sure that the temporary home can be placed somewhere where it limits impacts on neighbours. And that building approval isn't needed. And in these cases, we can work with development services to hand over the case. We also want to check in with people on their longer term plan and make sure that they're connected to services if they need them, such as housing, finance or domestic violence services. Approvals also give us an avenue to close down complaints and assure people council is aware of the activity and that it is being managed safely. Without a local law in place, we would lose our ability to manage the risks and impacts of the activity, lose a connection point with people who might need to be connected with social services, and fall out of touch with how often this is being accessed as a viable housing option. We are not out of step with other Queensland local governments. Most have a local law with some requirements for managing safety, amenity, and limiting the length of time a temporary home can be on a property. Without making changes to the local law, we have taken steps to make the local law approval for a temporary home more accessible. After Council's ordinary meeting, Council's website will be updated to include a dedicated web page with information to help people work through an application, a guideline to help people step through the process and see if a temporary home is the right fit for their circumstances, as well as to reassure people that we can support them working through the application. We will be undertaking ongoing consultation with community groups and the community to ensure that the information included online is easy to understand and access. The other barrier for temporary homes in some circumstances is the fee for application. The fee for an initial application is $514, and this covers the cost for an officer to do a full assessment. If a person is applying for an extension, the fee is $392 as less work is required on reapplication. As the fee is categorised as a cost recovery fee, council officers do not have the authority to adjust or waive the fee in circumstances where the person is experiencing housing stress, financial hardship or other extraordinary circumstances which place them at risk. Changing a cost recovery fee requires council to adopt the changes in the Register of Fees and Charges. For these cases, council officers are recommending council amend the fees and charges to introduce a reduced fee at $0 for people who need access to temporary homes and are experiencing extraordinary circumstances. We have attached a guideline to the report to outline how the fee would apply and the approval process. It is difficult to forecast the take-up of this option. The work will continue to be managed within the customer response branch with the current resources, and we will closely monitor if the change has impacts to other services. Officers recommend council receive and note the report and adopt the updated fees and charges register to include the reduced fee with the same provisions as those set in May 2022.
Thank you, Shana. Someone to move? Councillor Dixon. Seconder, Councillor Law. Would you like to open, Councillor?
Thank you, and through you, Mr Mayor. Firstly, congratulations to the staff involved in this, and I'm probably going to point out Shanna, the CEO, and Deb Robinson. The key here is that we're actually doing something, we're responding, and officers probably wanted to do this on their own anyway, but they know that they need a council sign-off to implement the changes to the fee schedule. I'm not going to pretend to know all the hardships that people are going on with in the community. I'm not going to pretend because I've got a roof over my head, but there's some people that don't. And for them, this might actually be the thing that's stopping them from actually, getting into a caravan or having a safe space. You might wonder, why is council even regulating this? Why be involved? Why not just let someone go about their business? Well, this is a pretty good presentation that tells you we actually care. We want to make sure you're safe. We want to make sure you're not harming yourself, harming others. Actually show some compassion. Use the word compassion. That's something that I hear a fair bit from the team now, which is fantastic. We actually want to check in on you and make sure you're connected as well. But in the scheme of things, this is small. This is not a revenue exercise for council, really. This is about doing the right thing. This is about that social capital, actually getting involved in the community. Whilst I support what we're doing, I think there's more that we can do, and I want to use this as an opportunity, if I can, through you, Mr Mayor. I got an email, it was yesterday, and I've copied in Councillor Law and Councillor Johnston and I think Steve Patey and a few others. But a lady, I won't mention who, just for privacy, but she's contacted me and she's basically said, yes, this is a step in the right direction. She works in this space, she works with people who are disadvantaged and homeless, and she's saying there's a fair bit more that council can do. And with your indulgence, she talks about things like caravans and buses and homes on wheels actually not being temporary anymore. They're actually becoming permanent for some people. These aren't temporary measures, these are places that people actually live because this is what they can afford and what they can get access to. She's saying affordability. There are some people that will never be able to typically purchase their own home as others have been able to do because the world has changed, interest rates are very high and land is expensive and they may never own a home or get a rental. So this is their next best thing. I talked about caravans, buses and tiny homes. She's saying they have a low environmental footprint. They are conscious of the effect on climate change and wish to reduce their personal impact on the environment. So not having these 4-bedroom homes with all these materials that aren't actually needed. It's fit for purpose for what they need. Transportability, actually having the freedom to move around, with changes in family, work, health, etc. Accessibility, they're easy to secure, these types of housing opportunities over a rental, particularly in this rental crisis, which I mentioned. Community, the people choosing these types of housing choices, it's a permanent choice for them. They also wish to live with others and build a sense of community. So we hear about land parcels where they're actually congregating and having a sense of community. just like what we'd have in other types of development on the Sunshine Coast. These are just more mobile. Also, an important one is ageing in place. Many rural landowners are asset rich and cash poor, she says. They would like to stay on their property as they age and would like to invite families to share their land with them. Not only do they get the help they need on these properties, but they also have their land cared for while building social connections that reduce social isolation. These are all really important things, and I just wanted to say to this lady that I got your email, and yes, this is a step in the right direction, I agree with you, but I'm actually going to organise a meeting. So I put an email out with Councillor Law, hopefully with Steve Patey and a few others, to actually work out in the planning scheme what changes we can make to support these different types of living arrangements, because I feel we probably haven't tackled this hard enough, and I respect the local law needs to stay in place, but I feel there's a bit more work that we can do. Madam CEO, if there's anything you can take out of that, it's just that I think in my initial comments, this is great. There's probably more we can do. We've got some passionate locals that want to help us out. And if there's any way that you could please help facilitate some meetings with the community and engage a bit more. And I know I mentioned at a planning scheme workshop recently to Steve Patey that we should try and bring in some of these not-for-profits or experts within these areas to actually talk to us about the planning scheme. Are we adapting quick enough? What changes can we make and how we can better respond to the community? So, otherwise, I fully endorse what we're doing and thank the staff again for bringing this to us.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. A few questions to begin with, if I may. And before any of that, thank you so much for doing this and getting us to this discussion. But my questions, part of the trigger around this was approximately 30 letters, emails, messages to you, Madam CEO. And from the report in the executive summary, I'm assuming that the concerns being raised is people are in housing stress through financial hardship or other reasons, and other probably quite dramatic issues and traumatic issues in those people's lives. And that the local law is potentially adding to that trauma for those people. But then it goes on to say that there is a perception that council will force people to leave their property where they have established their temporary home. Can you, to help us with what we're trying to do here, can you give from your perspective, what does that mean to you? I'm not sure if this is for you, Madam CEO, for Shanna, but this perception, where do you feel the perception that council will force people to leave the property where they've got their temporary home?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the representations that were brought to council, we examined the cases that were suggested to us, and we haven't been able to identify a case that we've investigated that matched the circumstances described. So I'm unsure if the example's coming from out of region or one that is one that has grown from the sense of where a government body has any kind of control, they're going to take that control to the extreme level of response when something comes to their attention. The reality with temporary homes is the work that we're talking about today, we are already working with the community to provide compassionate responses in these circumstances. So before today, when a complaint was brought to our attention and a community member was in a position that a permit process and the fee particularly was prohibitive, is we would work with them in other ways to make sure that they were still living safely, that we were managing those impacts to the neighbours, and use other regulatory notices to avoid pushing them to apply for a permit before they could afford to do so, and to give them time to move on. So, but those notices don't provide that person with reassurance, because it's actually, the notice gives them a deadline of when they need to move on or move out, rather than focusing on we're comfortable for you to be in this space and we're asking you to be respectful of the environment and of the neighbours, and continue to be part of our community and fix those things and focus on those things that you need to get back on your feet. So the approach that we're taking today of removing that barrier of a fee essentially switches the conversation for us. It means when my officers go out to talk to someone who's in this circumstance, they can sit with them and talk through the application process and the options we've got in relation to a fee, rather than talking to them about the maximum time we can kind of accommodate this without a permit in place. And additionally, the flip side of that, we can set some really clear expectations with neighbours who perhaps don't want to tolerate this type of activity, but the reality is the things that they are concerned about tolerating are similar to those they might experience from any neighbour, not necessarily one living in a temporary home. So for me, it's about signalling to the community that we have a way that we can support you, and for my officers, a much nicer way for us to have a conversation with them about how we can help them.
Through you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for the question, and also wanted to provide Jana and the team with some support. Since I arrived here, I've never seen anything other than a compassionate response from Council in a range of different housing circumstances. The team are incredible in the work that they do to try and understand, provide assistance, connect with other government agencies to do things. That being said, you know, amongst those number of emails that I received, but also on other circumstances that we've seen, we continue to see really heartbreaking circumstances across the whole community, and that's why through the work of Deborah Robinson as the Group Executive for Customer and Planning Services, we're continuing to look at other mechanisms across the whole region that we can use to assist with this circumstance that we find ourselves in. This is of front of mind for every level of government in the country and in our region as well. You know, I would just appreciate that people ask questions and continue to ask questions of us rather than assume that our laws are being used to cause harm in any significant way. Our team is here to respond, and we're here to help answer those questions and to help connect in any way that we can.
That's great. Thank you very much. And I can't say that I'm aware of specific circumstances where there's been anything than compassion and assistance offered. But with as we've provided the guidelines, if successful today, we'll be removing the fee where someone is not in a position to pay the fee. Will it be possible to change that initial approach when we're sending a show cause, or we're calling on someone to say, you're in a temporary home, you've been here for 10 weeks, you're not allowed to be here. And that has most likely happened because someone nearby has made a complaint. Are we going to be able to adjust that part of the process to remove and help deal with that perception of we're here to move people on and make their life even harder?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'm very happy to say we've already scheduled training sessions with the team. They are much relieved by the possibility of this coming to fruition, because that is the exact approach we will take. The conversation will shift fully to, what are your circumstances? Here are the options we have to help you, and go so far as, for people who perhaps don't have access to the internet or find any kind of application process intimidating, is to sit with them and help them fill out that application and walk them kind of hand in hand through the process. So that is our intention if supported today.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. Just want to clarify the part that you said access to amenity. So if we take that to be, washing, toileting, food preparation, cleaning up after food, can I just confirm that access means that it's available nearby, or it's available on the lot of land that they're on? It doesn't have to be, if you will, self-contained in whatever they're living in.
Through you, Mr Mayor, that's correct. If we've had circumstances where someone is living in some kind of temporary accommodation and part of the agreement they have with being on the land is that they have access to the house for those services. So all we would ask is that there's confirmation from the occupant of the home, because it's not always the homeowner, that they're comfortable that that's part of the arrangement. The element we're concerned about there is actually protecting people in the temporary home, because we have seen circumstances, unfortunately, where they have been taken advantage of while they're in the position that they're in. So it is just about making sure that they've got that reassurance that they have access to those needs and they can be met.
That's great, thank you. I think probably my final question and comment before speaking in support is to absolutely support the comments from Councillor Christian and the member of the community there. But I think one of our significant challenges in this space is around this notion of temporary and again, that perception of ongoing security of what next? What's going to happen at the end when someone, all they can do, they've got shelter, they've got a permit, but it's still under this banner of temporary. The recommendation that you've put forward is not about to change that temporary and to provide a forever option, and yet some people may not be able to see anything else at all in their horizon due to what they're dealing with day by day. If they have children, can they feed their children? Can they feed themselves? Are they in a safe place? Just those real, just day by day, will I survive to the next day kind of stuff. Can you give any sort of further comment around this temporary idea? Or sorry, temporary classification of the regulation?
Yeah. Through you, Mr Mayor, and I may need to draw on Mr Patey as well to support, but the local law itself isn't the mechanism to look at long-term solutions for this type of housing. They fall into different categories. And I think one of the challenges that we obviously consulted with our planning colleagues and development services colleagues in developing the proposal. One of the challenges is the planning scheme also doesn't regulate temporary types of houses. So they do fall into this middle space at the moment. The thing that we have to be most mindful of is that this kind of housing, although it's unfortunately necessary at this time, might not provide our community with the best mid to long-term outcomes. So we have to be really considerate with how the decision we make today has those longer-term impacts for our community and the outcomes that we're ultimately trying to achieve for the region.
Okay. Thank you. If I might just finish by speaking to the motion. Shanna, to you, your whole team, to Madam CEO for making this happen. Thank you very much for making this responsive. How can we help within the constraints of the rules, the regulations and the Act? Thank you for doing that. I think the guidelines and the change in approach will be as valuable as the reduction of the fee for people who are in a very challenging situation for whatever reason that they're in that situation. I want to support, firstly, I would also like to note, and for the CEO to note, please, that the removal of the fee can only last until the 30th of June. I'm really looking for some certainty from my colleagues that through the budget process, and can we make sure this isn't lost? It's a huge budget process. Can we not lose sight of this particular item? And we ensure that we continue this through into the next financial year, please. Because if we're only doing this to the 30th of June, we'll probably be back here in the July OM to do it all again. So can we please capture this within the budget process? Please can we revisit what Councillor Christian mentioned and what I started to talk to, what is a temporary home and what isn't, and how can we enable someone to live in this situation while their circumstances require it. And I accept your comments, Shanna, but I just want to share with you and with everyone here, from 1996 to 2000, I lived in a 16-foot caravan with my wife. So we did that for 4 years. And we survived. We did okay. And it was a deliberate choice to do that. But I'm guessing from this conversation, that was a temporary dwelling. But it was our home for 4 years. So I really want us to come together, and whether that's by examining and challenging the local law and the regulation, I'm not sure, but we must urgently come and address this notion of temporary dwelling, because it is a real choice. For me, it was a real choice in '96, and I made that choice and lived that way for 4 years. Not harmed, not damaged, and I'm sort of holding things together okay now, I hope. But it is a very real choice that people are making, and I want us to find ways to help people with that choice that they're making today, possibly for a whole different range of reasons I made my choice in '96. I accept that. Very, very different situation, but I know you can live in these temporary dwellings very, very successfully, and I really want us to find the mechanism, please, after this today, to urgently look at that. And I know, if I may, Deborah Rompton, I know you and your team are working really hard on this, but I want us to look at this part specifically, because I think we've missed it so far in what's temporary, what's not temporary. Because I think if I go back to point 2, it's perception. And I think it's getting us caught up that some people think we're trying to make life hard for them. I hope that from today they'll realise that we want to walk on the journey with them. Please talk to us and engage so we can find solutions together. But thank you for this step today. It is very, very significant, very important for the 2 reasons, and I hope everyone can support it today. We're helping people to understand what's required. We're telling them that we want them to be safe and secure, even though they're in a vulnerable situation, possibly. And that we will remove the requirement to pay a fee. So thank you for that, and I hope we can support it and then continue with those other very urgent, necessary conversations for a growing number of people in this situation. Some, they have no choice. Some do have choice and are making that deliberate choice. We need to cater for both. Thank you, and I look forward to your support.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillors, due to another commitment, I'm going to have to depart now. I'm going to hand over to Councillor Babarowski, who's also the next speaker. Enjoy the rest of the meeting. Thank you.
So I can see. My thanks for the Mayor for handing over the chair. And councillors, if I may, I'd like to continue on this topic as the next speaker, and then obviously resume the formalities of the chair. So if I may, through the chair. First point I wanted to make was that I really do recognise that in the situation we're in as a community, a lot of people will want to see that we make very bold decisions that, in their view, cut through what they see as a very bureaucratic world to solve a problem. And I do recognise that, given the dramatic circumstances that have enveloped most of the world over the last 3 years, some people will feel that this is still not enough. But I wanted to commend the creativity is maybe not the right word, the ingenuity of our team looking at this issue and saying, look, a change to the local law process is long, it's elaborate, and it's designed to be difficult to change quickly. It's designed not to be pushed and pulled by immediate politics or any other phenomena. It's designed to provide stability and certainty. Having said that, they found a way to say, look, why don't we remove the barrier another way, which is to remove, with some discretion, the fee. So we can retain the oversight, which is primarily designed for the greater good and to protect those from being exploited when they're most vulnerable. And I really do believe that the community have heard today that they can trust that motive. That is the motive. There's no other reason for doing this, the way that we're choosing to do this. But I would like to recognise both Councillor Dixon and Councillor Law's eloquent descriptions of the situation we find ourselves in. So I very enthusiastically, is maybe not the right word again, I'm very pleased to be able to support the officer recommendation in really removing the key barrier, but retaining the safety and the oversight. And to some extent, I thought the key thing was the offer of assistance with very experienced officers who have been in this space a long time. So I'm confident that if this is supported today, we'll get a very appropriate outcome. So again, I would like to ask councillors for their support for the officer recommendation, and I now switch back into the chair. So let's have a look. Councillor Natoli, your next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I also want to thank the staff, CEO, for this sort of work. I am seeing every day the impacts of what homelessness is bringing to my division, enormous challenges that we've got. The community, in some cases, are respectful that there are challenges for us, but I also know that that pressure and expectation that we have to do more. And I've had people contact me and say, well, temporary is one thing, but we need permanent and we need other solutions, and we accept that. And I think, Shana, you explained quite eloquently right at the beginning that the limitations in terms of what the local law can and can't be done and how we can use it. For more permanent accommodation options, obviously, we need to go through a planning scheme and through different building approvals. So I do support the fact that we are starting and we're trying to get opportunities out there. And I would really love to think that we could move people out of areas that present risk for them. I mean, anyone living in a vehicle or camping or whatever, there's significant risk. And we've had a homeless person die in the dunes and no one knew about that person for weeks. And it is such a shame that we are seeing what we normally would have only experienced in large capital cities more and more every day. So I do support the continued work and at least this is a really good start, so thank you.
Right. If there are no further speakers, I go to Councillor Dixon for a close. Not necessary. Councillors will put the recommendation to the vote. All those in favour? And we have nobody on Teams, so that's unanimous. Thank you very much, councillors. And thank you, Shana and the team and Steve, for a remarkable job in difficult circumstances. Well done. Okay, we're now on item 9. So there is no notices of motion, so we'll move on to item 10, which is petitions. And I'd like to call on 10.1, Councillor Landsberg, which is a petition on fenced dog off-leash park request for Pelican Waters and Golden Beach. Over to you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'd just like to present this to our CEO. It's a petition, online petition for a fenced dog park in the Pelican Waters area, and we have 1,044 signatures online, so thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Koch, you're moving for a seat. A seconder? Councillor Natoli. My apologies. Councillor Landsberg is the mover. You're in support, Councillor Cox. All those in favour of receipt? That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Councillors, we'll move on to item 10.2 to be presented by Councillor Dixon. Support to change the Sippy Downs local plan code to encourage development of an ALDI store within the Sippy Downs Town Centre. Over to you, Councillor Dixon.
And can I just check from the outset, can I speak for a minute?
You can speak for a minute.
Thank you very much. So I have got a petition here, a very unique one. It is a petition by lead petitioner Kendall Snowden. She's a resident of the Bellflower Retirement Village at Sippy Downs. And I'm going to read the prayer or the petition to Council. And it says, "We, the undersigned, respectfully petition the Sunshine Coast Council, expressing our support for changes to the Sippy Downs local plan code that would encourage the development of an ALDI store within the Sippy Downs town centre. The current planning controls under the Sippy Downs Business and Technology Precinct do not allow much flexibility for landowners and limit the development potential of the land. Specifically, the leasable floor area is limited to 500 square metres for the whole precinct, and this leasable floor space of a shop is limited to 100 square metres. We understand ALDI is seeking to develop a small-scale supermarket within the Sippy Downs Business and Technology Precinct, but it is currently restricted by these regulations. Therefore, we propose that the Council amends the Sippy Downs Local Plan Code to increase the leasable floor to 1,800 square metres for all retail and catering uses and remove the restrictions on the total gross leasable floor area of all retail premises in the precinct to allow for more flexibility and the possibility for ALDI to develop a store in the Sippy Downs Town Centre. Other vacant lots within the town centre are not suitable for development of a small-scale supermarket or have already been land banked directly by Fabcot Woolworths. Therefore, the development control should be more flexible to allow for the provision of a small-scale supermarket outside of the designated town centre area. Sippy Downs is an emerging regional centre with a growing population and increasing demand for local services. We urge the Council to consider amending the Sippy Downs Local Plan Code to allow for more flexibility in the development of a small-scale supermarket to support and encourage the growth of the local economy and to provide greater competition and choice for Sippy Downs residents." So that petition has, I'm told, 701 signatures, and I'd like to present that to the CEO. Please.
Thank you. So Councillor Dixon to move, seconded Councillor Natoli. Do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, very quickly. I did raise this issue with councillors recently, and thank you to Kendall for doing the petition, because it's one of the ones where she's actually gone out and hit the ground to get signatures. It wasn't an online one, so she's done the hard work. Sippy Downs is an interesting precinct because it has it's really developed quite quickly, and we've got a Coles supermarket. Woolworths own a second land holding there. They've got a store over at Chancellor Park, but they own a bit of land and they've locked it up and they're not selling it because it's prime real estate, and why would you part with that when you're Woolworths? There's been an ask for an ALDI for a long time, and I shop at ALDI. I just want to declare that over here at Flinders Lane. And they have some great savings for locals. You know, every time I shop at ALDI, I save a lot more money than I do at Coles and Woolworths. So the elderly residents, the students in the precinct are really crying out for that ability. But given that the town centre has already consumed a fair amount of that GFA for a large supermarket, there's no ability for a competitor to get in there without purchasing land from Woolworths, which they'll never sell. So this is something I've raised with the team. I'm going to work with Strat Planning and bring something to you for your consideration, and we will go from there. But just thank you to Kendall for the petition, and thank you for letting me speak today.
Councillor Dixon, seat. That's unanimous. Thank you very much. We're on to item 10.3, Councillor Hungerford, noise from heavy machinery in a rural residential zone. Over to you, Councillor Hungerford.
Mr Chair. I have a petition here signed by 11 residents of Rosemount. We, the undersigned, respectfully petition the Sunshine Coast Council to review the permit that authorises Structure Steel to operate using heavy machinery and materials within a rural residential zone, taking into consideration the potential for the permit to be antiquated in terms of the current demographic and the re-evaluation of zoning and legislation be undertaken to investigate the sustainability of Structure Steel continuing to operate within a rural residential zone. In the interim, address concerns raised by the community of Rosemount regarding environmental impact, acoustic, generated by Structure Steel, and to advise landlords and business owners associated with this business to implement immediate and consistent practices and procedures to improve the operational standards to minimise acoustic nuisance caused by the heavy industry being undertaken, which has resulted in the disruption of lifestyle and well-being to residents in the local community.
Thank you, Councillor Hung. Do you wish to speak to it?
No, it's pretty
So
self-explanatory.
you're just moving. A seconder for that. Councillor Dixon. All those in favour of receipt? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Item 10.4, Councillor Suarez, concerns about development application, Fantail Square, Peregian Springs.
Thank you. Through the Chair, I have a petition here to the Sunshine Coast Council. It has 25 signatures totalling over 3 pages. The petition reads, "We, the undersigned, respectfully petition Sunshine Coast Council to ensure that the approved POD, Plan of Development, as per the Sunshine Coast Regional Council approval dated on 22nd of December 2016, is fully adhered to for any construction of a new dwelling on lot 7121, number 36 Fantail Square, Peregian Springs, in stage 71A. Any reduction of side setbacks would have an extremely negative impact on the neighbouring sites. Shading and privacy would be obviously reduced, and being located in a high BAL area, any reduction in distance between dwellings could potentially create a higher fire danger. There is a simple solution, and that is for the owner of lot 7121 to work with his builder and find a suitable design that complies with the relevant guidelines that we were obliged to comply with."
Do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, please.
So you're moving. Seconder for the petition, Councillor Hungerford. Would you care to speak to it?
Yes, please. I just wanted to let the CEO know that the lead petitioner has also been working with Council's development compliance team, and they've been fairly happy with the progress as of last week, the last time I spoke to them. So the development assessment team are aware of the concerns raised and are taking these into consideration during the assessment process. The petitioner still wished for me to present the petition just because the finalisation hadn't been done yet.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. All those in favour of receipt? That's unanimous. Thank you very much, Councillor Suarez. On to item 10.5, Councillor Law, cease work on the Eumundi Streetscape project.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. I would like to read the petition and then speak to it, please.
Thank you.
We, the undersigned, respectfully petition the Sunshine Coast Council to immediately cease work on the proposed Eumundi streetscape. Narrowing Memorial Drive will destroy the country town feel of Eumundi. Removing 23 car parks in the street and placing aprons into the road will turn Eumundi into a place for tourists only and remove the very reason why tourists come to experience our unique country town. We believe the plan will ruin Eumundi's historic character, uniqueness, and make ours look like many other hinterland towns through the standardisation imposed by the SCC design manual. Contravenes the widely consulted and adopted Sunshine Coast Planning Scheme SC 6.10 LHR ID SHR3 Eumundi Memorial Drive Character Area Heritage Code, which specifically recognises and protects the wide roadway that traces Queensland social history and protects the magnificent, iconic and well-loved view up and down the main street. Destroys our unique historic Bullock Circle area, will result in public space being used for commercial purposes, will cause traffic gridlocks on market day with 2 pedestrian crossings, reduces the opportunity to add more memorials on Memorial Drive, was not based on any publicly available heritage and Indigenous cultural impact statements. We find the consultation process was fragmented, locally divisive, and included those unable to answer the survey as presented online, while critical presentations were cancelled. We request a new plan be developed that addresses footpath and drainage issues that have been ignored by the Council for decades before embarking on any piecemeal, incompatible beautification attempts.
You'd like to move the petition?
Yes, thank you.
Seconder, Councillor Natoli, you'd like to speak to it?
Yes. So the petition has 1,312 signatures and over 300 of those were provided via an online petition. In the lead up to the 2020 local government elections, it was made very clear to me that the Eumundi community were desperate for a long overdue streetscaping project to begin. They had been waiting for over 12 years at that time, so since 2008. Since 2020, I have worked with the whole community to deliver this project. And as you have just heard from the lead petitioner, there is dissatisfaction with the designs and they are requesting the council to stop. So I'd like to present that petition to the CEO.
Thank you.
Subject to the vote, I guess.
So all in favour of receipt? I think we've already got a second of it. All in favour of receipt? Councillor? Yep, that's unanimous. Thank you to Councillor Law. So we now move to 10.6, which is support.
Yes.
So the Eumundi Streetscape.
I've never known this before. I've actually had 3 petitions this month, and so I'm presenting those petitions in the order in which I was given them. My second petition today. We, the undersigned, respectfully petition the Sunshine Coast Council to continue the Eumundi Placemaking Memorial Drive Streetscape project, EPMDSP. We unanimously agree that Memorial Drive and the connecting thoroughfares are in dire need of repair, improvement and beautifications works that will provide safe access and connectivity for locals and visitors of all ages and abilities, soften harsh climate impacts of expansive bitumen, concrete and paved hard surfaces, and creating inviting public space considerate of the current business and community needs as well as future generations. We believe the project will improve aesthetic appearance, safety and accessibility to and from Memorial Drive and surrounding public spaces, provide additional sites for artistic and historical installations, highlighting Eumundi's uniqueness, i.e. arts, creatives, timber industry, bullock turning circle and Indigenous cultural sites of importance. We encourage residents, businesses and the community groups to get involved, creating enhanced shared public spaces with the unique Eumundi vibe, beneficial to everyone beyond the placemaking project. We also consider that existing groundwork, drainage, footpath replacement, where uneven or in disrepair, be funded under the Council's Capital Works programme, not placemaking budgets. Value Eumundi's history and historical assets. However, its historical character shouldn't overshadow design priorities, nor dominate or disproportionately influence streetscape works or future beautification projects in their entirety. As local business proprietors, investors, traders and residents financially invested in Eumundi, we believe there is a broader supportive community interest for this project. Accordingly, to curtail further costly delays, we request the Council proceed with EPMDSP and disregard opposing the cease work requests.
You're moving?
Move it.
Seconder. Councillor Cox. All those in... Oh, sorry, you wish to speak to this one?
Thank you.
Yes, by all means.
As mentioned, in the lead up to the 2020 local government elections, it was made very clear to me that the Eumundi community were desperate for a long overdue streetscaping project to begin. They'd been waiting for over 12 years, since 2008. Since 2020, I have worked with the community, the whole community, to deliver this project. And as you have heard from this lead petitioner, they are concerned that the protest group will stop the project and they request Council to disregard opposing the cease work requests. This petition has 107 signatures.
Lovely. All those in favour of receipt? And carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Councillor Law. You're now on to 10.7, safe places for the homeless.
Okay. Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, I have a petition that reads as follows. We petition the Sunshine Coast Council to legalise and create safe places for the homeless to reside and shelter in place. This includes, but is not limited to, safe car parks for people to legally sleep in their cars overnight, free 24-hour, 365-day camping ground areas with accessible bins, washing facilities, permanent hot showers, toilet facilities, tables and chairs, shelters or covered areas to shelter from storms, to create multiple locations on the Sunshine Coast for the homeless to access the above facilities. So I would like to move this petition.
Seconder, Councillor Dixon, would you like to speak to it?
I would like to comment in relation to this petition, yes please.
be honest.
When we think of the last item that we spoke to in relation to the local law regulations, it's been quite interesting that this petition should arrive seeking other alternative solutions to help our community deal with the housing crisis. And in this case, really, I think this is talking to long-term and serious homelessness on the Sunshine Coast. I have met the lead petitioner. I've met many of the people who've signed it. I hope the CEO can accept it, because not every petition has an address on account of they don't have an address because they're homeless. And I've got, sorry I didn't count it up, 23, I think it's 33 signatures on this petition. I'd like.
Thank you, Councillor Law. All in favour of receipt? That is unanimous. Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillors, I'd like to thank you and the Executive and anybody left in the public gallery for your patience getting to lunch. Before we do go to lunch, I'd like to resolve to go into confidential session, as that helps the logistics of our live stream. So, Councillors, before we move into confidential session, do any of you wish to declare any personal interests in relation to the items to be discussed? If you do, you're also required to declare those interests when Council resumes open session to make the decisions for this item. In relation to item 11.1, the Chief Executive Officer advises that this report contains confidential information regarding negotiations relating to the taking of land by the local government under the Acquisition Act of 1967. For this reason, it is recommended that Council close the meeting under sections 254J3H of the Local Government Regulation of 2012 to consider and discuss the information in this report. Noting, of course, that Council's decision on this item will be made during open session, which will be viewable by the public. Councillors, is someone prepared to move that we close the meeting to discuss item 11.1 before going to lunch? Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Seconded, Councillor Hungerford. All those in favour? Thank you very much. Happy with that? Okay, in that case, we will now. And we're considering item 11. No, just a sec. Oh, we're not quite yet. I've got a thumbs up. Prematurely. Now we're right. So we're now back in open session, councillors, considering 11.1, which is confidential item, land acquisition, Maroochy River. Councillor Suarez is to move, and we're seconded by Councillor Dixon. Would you like to open?
Through the Chair, just quickly, I'd just like to support this resolution and support the CEO to progress with these land acquisitions, which will be of benefit for the broader region.
Thank you very much, Councillor Suarez. Any other further comments or speakers? That looks like no, so we'll put the item to the vote. All those in favour of the resolution? That's unanimous. Item is passed. Thank you very much, councillors. That, I believe, is the last item on today's agenda. So thank you very much to meeting management, to executive, to councillors, members of the public or anybody watching, and to the flautist who accompanied the meeting today rather than oboe. Did you all hear the tones in the background? Yes. It was a rather poor flautist today rather than a more experienced oboe player. But still a singing building nevertheless. Yeah, it's...